your future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We're looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Everyone, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly.
That, I believe, is our basic function, to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable.
Gain belief in the power of ideas, because only ideas can light the darkness. Liberty must survive, and it will survive, through ideas developed by the rising generation.
Alrighty, welcome to LibertyCon Day 2. Nice to see all of you. Thank you so much for being here. I've already been having a terrific morning. I hope you all have as well. We had a great time discussing the Department of Government Efficiency this morning and all the spectacular things it is up to, but there's a lot of great stuff on the docket for the afternoon. Spike Cohen is going to be speaking, Glenn Jacobs as well. You'll hear from Whole Foods CEO John Mackey, and then of course much later there is the awards dinner and alumni reception. Please stick around for that. If you haven't checked out the exhibition hall yet, you are encouraged to do so. Lots of great organizations to learn about, including my own organization, Reason. Me and some of the other Reason folks will be up here at 5:15, I believe, to talk about our work and the new media environment and everything that is happening in this crazy, crazy world. But immediately, it is my pleasure to introduce a young person from Students for Liberty to introduce our next speaker. Let's give him a round of applause.
How are you doing? My name is Aaron. I'm here to introduce Dr. Antony Davies. He's a renowned economist and public speaker. He was a professor at Duquesne University. He's known for his engaging teaching style, and he makes complex economic concepts accessible to a wide audience via his Learn Liberty videos. I'm sure some of you guys have seen them here. He's contributed to numerous publications, including his own work on economic freedom and fiscal policy. He's the author of several books, including his most recent co-authorship, Cooperation and Coercion. Dr. Davies hosts a nonpartisan look at current events podcast called Words and Numbers, and he currently works in the financial sector. Please welcome Dr. Davies.
Good afternoon. Before I begin, the good people at Cato asked me to tell you that I'll be signing copies of my book, Understanding Statistics, after this talk at their booth. And apparently you can get a square on Liberty Bingo for having an author sign a book. I'm here to talk about monopolies. And are you seeing the slides? You're not seeing the slides. I'm going to sing and dance, apparently, until my slides come up. I did this last time. They had somebody else's slides. I'm here to talk about monopolies, and we economists use the term very strictly. I'm going to use it much more loosely than an economist should. When it comes to speaking English, economists cause more confusion than libertarians trying to explain privatized roads. We take reasonable words that come with all of the baggage that well-used words accumulate, and we redefine them to mean something completely different, and then we wonder why nobody understands what we're talking about. For example, take the word benefit. To any reasonable person, it means something that promotes well-being. Well, economists come along and they redefine this to mean the dollar value of the utility gained from consuming a specific quantity of a good or service. For those of you studying economics, this is why you don't get invited to parties. Monopoly is one such word. To the economists, this is a single price-setting seller. To everybody else on the planet, it's a big and likely bad company. And notice the emotive words here. In the minds of most people, monopolies are the dragons of the marketplace. Their power is feared and legendary. Our elders pass on tales from their elders about the times that monopolies swept in and devoured entire villages. As with dragons, you'll be hard-pressed to find somebody who's actually seen a monopoly. And that's because, like dragons, monopolies tend not to exist. Picture a spectrum. On one end, we have the natural monopoly, a single rent-seeking, profit-generating, inefficient behemoth. On the other end, we have perfect competition, a bustling bazaar of equality, homogeneity, zero economic profit. Somewhere along here, in their minds, people draw a line and they say, beyond here, there be monopolies. But in casually applying the term, we lose sight of what monopolies are and when they should and should not be feared. For example, is Apple a monopoly? It is the only producer of Apple products, so in that sense, it's a monopoly, but that sense is meaningless. We don't buy iPhones, iPads, and Macs because they're Apple products. We buy them because they're smartphones, tablets, and computers. And in this, Apple faces competition from Google, Samsung, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, and many others. In terms of monopoly versus competition, Apple tends to look a lot less like a dragon than it does one among a flock of squabbling pigeons. What about Google? Certainly, Google is a monopoly. The EU recently fined Google $2.7 billion for monopolistic behavior. Google handles 90% of the world's internet searches. Certainly, Google's a monopoly, but not so fast. The point of being a monopoly is that you get to charge those sweet, sweet high prices. But Google charges the not-so-stratospheric price of zero. Yes, we have to hand over our information when we use Google, but despite the fact that most of us would be horrified if our internet searches were made public, we continue to hand over our information in exchange for seeing cat videos and to creep on our exes. In terms of our behavior, we demonstrate that we place no value on our information. Therefore, from our perspectives, Google prices its product at zero. So Google, in the end, ends up looking also a lot less like the dragon than a squabbling apple pigeon. What about Amazon? If there is a modern-day exploiter like the company towns of old, certainly it's Amazon. Except Amazon faces competition. Competitors like Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Costco, all compete with Amazon. In fact, via eBay, anybody with an internet connection looking to unload their grandmother's china competes with Amazon. And Amazon doesn't just face competitors when it sells, it faces competitors when it hires. In Seattle, Amazon employs 90,000 people who complain about working conditions, but there are alternatives. Boeing, Microsoft, the University of Washington, and thousands of other employers collectively hire 25 times the number of people who work at Amazon. I make no comment as to whether Amazon is a good employer. I merely point out the fact that in representing less than 5% of Seattle's workforce, Amazon is a competitor when it comes to hiring people. Amazon, Google, Apple, they're not what economists would call monopolies, but they are very large, very dominant firms. And that's what everybody else tends to mean when they use the word monopoly. So let's use people's common definition and ask the question, are monopolies, in the sense that common people mean it, are monopolies bad? And the answer is, it depends. It depends on why the company is a monopoly. And here something interesting emerges. It turns out there are two reasons a company might be a monopoly in the common sense of the word. One is that you've got a company that uses force. Someone, somewhere, has used force to prevent competition, to prevent competitors from selling, or alternatively to force consumers into buying. Let's call this a coercive monopoly. For example, pharmaceutical companies use strategic patenting not to protect their intellectual property, but to make it more expensive for competitors to compete. Many states prohibit car manufacturers from selling directly to the public. This protects existing car manufacturers because a competitor can't enter the industry unless he already has an established network of dealerships. Public schools require you to pay for the education they provide, regardless of whether you send your children there. Coercive monopolies arise through a violation of property rights, either the property rights of competitors or the property rights of consumers. We're told that monopolies are a market failure. In fact, coercive monopolies are a government failure. Somewhere along the line, the government either failed to protect people's property rights or actively violated them. But there's another way a company can become a monopoly, and that is to provide a product, a service that is so good that consumers don't want to buy anywhere else. Let's call this a cooperative monopoly. Cooperative monopolies exist only by the grace of consumers, and they exist only so long as they continue to provide what consumers want at prices consumers are willing to pay. For example, Sears pioneered mail-order lending. 4 times a year, it would send catalogs to every household in the country. These 1,000-page tomes contained listings for kitchen utensils, clothing, furniture, appliances, tools, toys, cars, even entire houses. At its height, Sears, all by itself, was 1% of the entire US GDP. And people became concerned. They became concerned because this was a dominant company. But they were concerned because they forgot why it was a dominant company. Sears was not a coercive monopoly, it was a cooperative monopoly. And this became clear in the 1980s when Sears' quality started to drop off and its prices to rise. And along came Walmart. Walmart provided the same wide selection of products that Sears provided, but whereas Sears periodically would offer low prices, Walmart guaranteed everyday low prices. And people cheered. And they withheld their dollars from Sears and offered their dollars to Walmart. But soon the cheers turned to gasps as people realized that Walmart had become the dominant seller. People saw a greedy Walmart shutting down mom-and-pop shops across the country. And people clamored for the government to do something. Except Walmart wasn't to blame. Walmart hasn't closed a single mom-and-pop shop. We did that. We did it when we chose to withhold our dollars from the mom-and-pop shops and hand them instead to Walmart. We had no reason to fear Walmart. It wasn't a predator. It isn't a predator. We feared it because we forgot why it was a dominant firm. Walmart, in the common sense of the term, was a cooperative monopoly, not a coercive one. This should have become clear when then Amazon came along. And Amazon offered wide selection of products, low prices, and at-home delivery. And what did we do? We withheld our dollars from Walmart and we offered them to Amazon instead. If Amazon is a monopoly, it's a cooperative monopoly, not a coercive one. And that means that somewhere, right now, there is an entrepreneur devising a new retail service that in 5 years will challenge Amazon and in 10 replace it as a dominant retailer. Cooperative monopolies are good because they arise from choice. Coercive monopolies are bad because they arise from force. So what do we know? First, most of the popular examples people point to of monopolies aren't. Second, it doesn't matter that there's only one firm. It matters why there's one firm. Third, coercive monopolies represent missed opportunities. There exists today coercive monopolies that, had they not for decades received government protection, might well have evolved to solve several problems that face us now. These are labor unions. There's nothing wrong with or anti-market about a labor union. If investors can come together to form a corporation, if worshipers can come together to form a church, if nerds can come together to form a Star Trek fan club, there's nothing wrong with workers getting together to form a union. Unions aren't the problem. Government protection of unions is. For example, in 1931, the Davis-Bacon Act required that the federal government pay non-union workers the same as union workers. This made it harder for non-union workers to compete. The 1935 Wagner Act prevented rival unions from creating competition. Therefore, if you today are a union member and you are dissatisfied with your union, the Wagner Act prohibits you from shopping around for an alternative one. In protecting unions from competition, the government made it more profitable for unions to please regulators than to please their members. As a consequence, unions have evolved to become much more skilled at lobbying than at providing value. But what if unions hadn't been protected? What if, like Sears, then Walmart, now Amazon, unions had to convince people to join rather than force them? What might have happened? One thing that might have happened is that unions might well have solved our health insurance problem. They could have evolved to provide health insurance for all Americans. Your health insurance would follow you, whether you worked here or worked there or didn't work at all, because your insurance would be attached to you, not your employer. This would have eliminated the pre-existing condition problem that spurred the Affordable Care Act under the Obama administration. Unions, had they not been receiving government protection for decades, may have evolved to use market forces to solve what the Affordable Care Act claimed to and failed to solve by fiat. Another thing unions might have done is to solve our tuition problem. You don't need a degree to be a plumber, an electrician, or a carpenter, but you also don't need a degree to be an accountant, a manager, a marketer, a financial analyst, a web developer, a graphic designer. You can learn what you need to do for those jobs in 1, possibly 2 years of coursework. The reason employers look for degrees is because colleges and universities refuse to certify you as proficient unless you pay for 4 years worth of courses, half of which are irrelevant to your job. And by the way, colleges can get away with this because through a combination of the accreditation system and student loans, colleges themselves are government-protected monopolies. Unions could have evolved to provide education for white-collar workers across the country. We've talked about good monopolies and bad monopolies. What about the hidden monopolies? In 2016, many voters thought Hillary a power-hungry egotist and Trump a crazy person. But Americans held their noses and voted. In 2020, Americans thought Biden a doddering closet racist and Trump a crazy person. But Americans held their noses and voted. In 2024, Americans thought Harris a socialist authoritarian and Trump a crazy person. But Americans held their noses and voted. In election after election, Americans left, right, and center have come to suspect that something about our electoral process is broken. We point to the Electoral College. We point to winner-take-all voting. We point to campaign financing. We point to the two-party system. But none of these is the problem. The problem with our electoral system is dragons. The Democratic and Republican parties are not governmental bodies. They are corporations and government-protected coercive monopolies. For example, in Georgia, to appear on the presidential ballot, third-party candidates must obtain signatures from 5% of registered voters. Democratic and Republican candidates require no signatures. In Illinois, to appear on the ballot, third-party candidates are required to obtain 25,000 signatures. Democratic and Republican candidates are required to obtain 5,000. Taxpayer money is readily available for Democratic and Republican campaigns, but not third-party campaigns. The Commission on Presidential Debates decides which candidates may appear on nationally televised debates, and they routinely exclude third-party candidates. But the Commission on Presidential Debates itself is not a governmental body. It is a nonprofit corporation sponsored by by the Democratic and Republican parties. Monopolies aren't the dragons we think they are. Cooperative monopolies are good. They're a blessing, not a curse, because they represent companies that are providing things consumers want at prices that consumers are willing to pay. Coercive monopolies, on the other hand, are a curse. They exist because someone somewhere has violated competitors' and consumers' property rights. But these aren't the real dragons. The real dragons masquerade as government itself. They offer candidates, but only their candidates. They encourage debate, but only among each other. They ask us to vote, but only for people they have chosen. These monopolies, the Democratic and Republican parties, are the dragons we should fear, because they do far worse than co-opt the rule makers. They are the rule makers. Thank you.
Politics. When I say that word, some of us might coil back. Moderator Brandy Kruse, an Emmy Award-winning journalist and political commentator who launched Undivided, will be hosting a discussion on something we all know too well, with guests Chris Freeman, a professor at William & Mary whose research interests include democratic theory, distributive justice, and immigration, Jeremy Horpedahl, professor of economics and director of the Arkansas Center for Research in Economics at the University of Central Arkansas, and Matt Kibbe, the president and chief community organizer of Free the People. Their panel is how to tell when you're being bullshitted by a politician. This subject will not only be a fun discussion, but a necessary one. Narrative is important in politics, and politicians try to set their own twisted ideas with a big pound of self-interest to try to push themselves into power and money. So, please lend your ears to this essential panel to learn about how politicians use bullshit.
Hi, everyone. Oh, it is working. It's so nice to be here. I'm Brandy Kruse. We're going to have, I think, a great conversation. We already decided it's going to be the best panel of the entire conference, so, right, we're on the same page. I spent 10 years in mainstream news, and so I spent 10 years being bullshitted by politicians all the time. So I told LibertyCon this panel is right up, I think, all of our alleys. So I want to start with a simple question. Is there a politician or political figure who you feel like is either stands out as being very good or very bad at bullshitting? Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think that conversation has to start and end with Trump. I mean, good or bad, I guess that depends on how he's a good bullshitter, I guess you could say. There's actually a philosopher named Harry Frankfurt who wrote a book, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago called On Bullshit. And he said the bullshitter is different from the liar because the liar actually, in some sense, cares about the truth. So they try to know what the truth is and avoid it. Whereas the bullshitter just says anything that they can to persuade people, regardless of whether it's true or false. So it might be true, it might be false, they don't care. And so I think Trump has perfected the art of bullshit, if we're understanding bullshit in that way, which is essentially just making claims to persuade people or bully people, regardless of whether or not they're true. So that makes him a good bullshitter in terms of the skill of bullshitting. I guess one other person, too, I could mention. So I also think that Bernie Sanders is an underrated bullshitter. I guess I'm giving two answers. Maybe I shouldn't do this. But he likes to use a lot of moral outrage in a way that might shut down the conversation or shut down dissent. Like if you don't agree with him, you want people to starve or go without medical care, so on and so on. And I think that's actually sort of an underrated form of bullshit, which is just kind of an argument for moral outrage in a way that shuts down debate.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I guess we might even disagree about what bullshitting is and what it means. Jeremy, is there a master or really incompetent bullshitter that is speaking to you?
Well, I think we've already learned, one thing is that Chris likes to say bullshit. So, but also I think you've stolen a lot of the good answers. But I think I would say, not only Trump, and this is a really important time to be having this conversation right now, but not just Trump, but I think the office of the presidency. Before we talked about maybe it's an office, right? And I think there's a lot of things that either come from that office, whoever's in the office, and they get repeated by others, or sometimes I think, especially with Trump, that office and that platform they have can be a megaphone for all sorts of true and untrue things that they say and just repeat. And I think that, certainly in the age of social media, I think this happens much more quickly, but I think we've kind of always seen it. I think we can think about, as libertarians, we're here free to criticize both the right and the left. So I think that there historically have been, especially on things about economic doom and things like that. Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren have been longtime champions of that sort of bullshit. But I think we're actually starting to see a lot more from the political right as well. Complaints that families today can't get by, and some of that might have been just during the inflation of the Biden years. But I think it is becoming increasingly a thing you hear from what we call the new right. So I think that is something we need to increasingly be cautious of, in addition to the bullshit from the left.
Yeah, and you mentioned there, and something we'll get into if we've got time, that libertarians criticize or look for bullshit on the right and left. But I would say one of the things unique to libertarians is they also call out bullshit from libertarians. You are uniquely good at that and will not let other libertarians get away with bullshit or lies or whatever it is. Matt, you have someone on your mind?
Well, we don't have enough time to answer the libertarian question.
Oh, yes, okay, good.
We'll do that tonight after a couple beers. But, when I saw the name of this panel, how can you tell when you're being bullshitted by a politician? I thought we could just say yes and end the panel right there. But there is a unicorn, and I think a lot of people here know him. He is the #1 guest on my show, Kibbe on Liberty, and that's Congressman Thomas Massie. I don't have that many politicians on my show because politicians are always bullshitting, and very few of them think for themselves. They have talking points, and they're talking points that probably came from somebody else with a master plan to gaslight us about whatever it is they're trying to do. But Massie is the kind of guy that actually tells you what he's thinking, explains why he's thinking, and is perfectly comfortable pissing off his Republican colleagues, including the president, who has tried to primary him, I think, 3 times. But he's a unicorn, and I think we as libertarians should understand that everybody in Washington, everybody that represents the government, every politician looking to get reelected, they have an agenda other than the truth, and it's sort of our job to figure out when they're lying to us and to figure out how to hold them accountable. But you're not going to fix it. It's the way it is.
Yeah, so you're saying that Thomas Massie is an exception to the politicians generally bullshit you rule.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm curious as we get into this, because we do want to give you sort of takeaways for, it sounds like there might be some disagreement about whether bullshitting is a good thing. I mean, if you have someone who's a bullshitter and they are pushing a policy you agree with, I mean, is bullshitting always a bad thing?
It's a good question.
The trick question.
Yeah, that is good.
Correctly.
I don't know. I mean, I would say by default it's probably bad. But I don't know. So this is what you get when you invite.
This is a philosopher.
No, I know it's a horrible.
Well, on the one hand,
mistake. So I mean, there are contexts in which it is okay to be deceptive. So you're playing poker and you bluff. That's deceptive, but it's kind of publicly known that this is the norm of the game. And so if it's the case, and plausibly it's the case, that the norm of the political game is that people are bullshitting, it might be a little bit different than just lying in an ordinary context, that sort of thing. But of course, the caveat is, is bullshitting in service of a noble end permissible? Maybe, but also how many politicians are actually doing it for a noble end as opposed to just maximizing their chances of being reelected? And my hunch is it's almost always the maximizing re-election chances.
Well, in theory, if what you're doing is, like you were saying with Thomas Massie, explains what he wants to do, why he wants to do it. So in theory, if what you're pushing is a good thing or a noble thing, shouldn't you be able to talk about it without bullshit?
You know, I like to quote the great moral philosopher Dave Chappelle on this subject. and he does a bit on Saturday Night Live, I think it was probably during Trump's first administration, explaining the appeal of Donald Trump to voters, and he calls him an honest liar. And it was particularly in the context of his debate with Hillary Clinton, where she was attacking him for wanting to pass tax cuts for all of his rich friends. And Trump responds by saying, you're never going to fix that problem because I know how the system works. I use the system, I abuse the system, and so do your friends. And you're in the tank with them. And I never fully understood the appeal of Trump. Like I did a Rand Paul for President super PAC. I did a Gary Johnson super PAC after Rand pulled out of that primary. I didn't understand the appeal of Trump, but there's probably something refreshing about someone that is very comfortable bullshitting. And he knows everybody knows he's bullshitting. And it's refreshing from people who actually believe their own bullshit.
Yeah. As you pointed out, Jeremy, and I think you've talked a little bit about this, and we had a pre-meeting, and you brought this up. There's these like themes that both parties push, and they push them for so many years and decades, and then the media just accepts them as fact, and it just is like this political bullshit turns into just this accepted narrative. Like the example that you had given, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Are the rich not getting richer and the poor not getting poorer?
Well, the rich are getting richer, and I think there's a lot to say about the ways in which they get richer. Some are good, some are bad. But I think when we look at the data, and as an economist, I love to look at data, is that by almost any measure, the poor have continued to increase their well-being as much as the rich have. And you got to think about, though, when someone's saying this, repeating this phrase that's been repeated so many times, what are they trying to do? Well, they're trying to convince you that they have the solution to this problem, right? So when Bernie Sanders says it versus when, Orrin Cass says it, they're actually they want to accomplish something different. They're trying to convince you that this fact is true and that I then have the solution to it. So I think that, as libertarians, I think we can criticize from both sides of that. Both, is what they're saying true? And I think on this statement, it's clearly not. The poor, both in the U.S. and around the world, especially the countries that have adopted some form of market liberalism, they have seen great increases in their standard of living. But then I think we can also say, okay, let's grant that maybe the poor haven't seen as big a gains as the rich. How do you propose they fix it, right? And so then to look at what is the policy they're proposing. And I think that's usually, they already have the answer in mind of what they want to do, regardless of what the statistic is. So I think we do need to convince people on both those fronts, but that's kind of, as economists, how I think about it.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like people are so quick to accept. I mean, if their party says it, they're like, oh, that must be true. It's been said, and Chris, you've talked about the issue of rent control, which is in Washington State. I live in Seattle. We're very close to passing rent control statewide. I think it'll pass in the legislative session this year. And they call it rent stabilization because they don't want to use rent control, and then the media adopts their language and it's totally captured. But on its face, when they say like rent control will help renters and it'll provide them more stability, that's just not true, but it feels good, right? And so, I mean, how do you push back against that feel-good bullshit to tell them the cold, hard truth? Chris?
Yeah. I don't have a great solution. So one thing I would say, so I think the rent control example is a good one. So most of you are probably familiar with Bastiat's seen-unseen distinction. And one thing that is particularly compelling, or seems to be compelling, about policies like rent control is the benefit. You can see the beneficiaries. So you say, okay, here's this person who now has lower rent, and you can be very empathetic towards that person. It's much harder to be empathetic to numbers or to the people who never get housing as a result of rent control. And so I think you're just sort of naturally fighting at a disadvantage in these sorts of cases where there are identifiable beneficiaries of these bad policies, whereas those who are harmed by them, you don't really know who they are. So I think that's just a challenge that we'll have to face. One general rule of persuasion, though, that might be helpful here, so I think it is much harder to do it for out-party members than in-party members. So you were mentioning libertarians, calling each other out. I don't know, we seem to be, we're like naturally contrarian or something like that. We're like pathologically unable to agree with people, which could be good or bad. But so I think hearing it from people who are otherwise sympathetic to much of what you're saying makes a difference. So if this person is on my team and they think I'm wrong, I think that's much more powerful than this person is wrong about everything and they're telling me I'm wrong about this. Well, why should I listen to that person?
Yeah, and Matt, you kind of talk, and feel free to add to that, but can I just ask you, because to me, the media is supposed to be kind of, you know, the arbitrator of this, right? Like, people have a tendency to believe what's being sold to them by people who match their ideology, and so that's where the media traditionally was supposed to step in and be like, well, that's just not true, or you're being misled, or whatever. You say what we're dealing with now is sort of a reincarnation of Project Mockingbird. So is it, I mean, politicians do this, as you said. Politicians bullshit us.
Yeah.
So should we blame the politicians, or should we blame the media for allowing the politicians to bullshit us so freely?
Yeah, I feel like picking on politicians is low-hanging fruit, and what we should really be talking about is the bullshit industrial complex. and we're now discovering, and we just went through a 5-year period of structural gaslighting where not only were we lied to by politicians, not only were we lied to by bureaucrats, but there are echo chambers in the universities and the censorship industrial complex and the media. Like, go online and watch some of these hysterical videos of different members of the media saying exactly the same thing about vaccines or masks or whatever it was. Those are talking points that are coming from somewhere. So I think we shouldn't be that worried about politicians that bullshit us, but we should be worried about the structural institution bullshitting machine that is not only telling you what to think, it is actively targeting dissidents who tell you that it's bullshit. And that's now being exposed. I think, you know, we can sit up here all day and pick on Donald Trump, but what Elon Musk is doing at Doge this week was USAID, and even me as a cynical, grizzled libertarian that just assumes the government always sucks on everything, I'm shocked at how bad they suck on this question, on manipulating the way we think. I think we might learn quite soon that Operation Mockingbird never went away. They just laundered the money and went to a different institution.
Can I ask you, just because maybe I didn't hear it, in terms of what's going on with USAID, you're talking about the manipulation of the narrative about what Elon Musk and Doge are doing with USAID?
Yes, about buying the favor of media outlets and these speech censorship things in universities, like the now gone Stanford Internet Observatory, the ultimate Orwellian name for a bunch of government-funded experts that were checking out your tweets to make sure you didn't tell a bad joke.
Yeah, on that subject, though, because I was stalking you guys on social media a little bit, because this is the first time we've all met, just trying to get a feel for, you know, what you were talking about. It's interesting as we're talking about how not to get bullshitted by a politician. Like, the people on this stage don't always necessarily agree on whether someone is bullshitting them or not. I mean, I would say Jeremy and Matt, it seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have kind of a different position on Elon Musk and Doge. Jeremy, you've been pretty critical of, you know, this idea that Elon has gone in and found this overwhelming, like, waste and fraud and abuse or whatever it is. And Matt, you seem, I mean, I saw you celebrating a picture of a USAID thing coming down off a building or whatever it is. So, like, in those
glorious. It was glorious.
Glorious. I think you put a hard-eyed emoji on it. So are one of you being bullshitted better than the other on Elon Musk, or?
Well, obviously, he's being bullshitted.
Right, correct, yes. You got to defend yourself, Jeremy.
Well, I think, you know, I mean, certainly with what Elon's done so far with investigating USAID, I think he's found a lot of really egregious examples of wasteful things or things that are clearly ideological. I think, you know, as grizzled libertarians, and I'm a little younger than you, but I feel old and grizzled sometimes too. You know, I think we've known about lots. I mean, like, Citizens Against Government Waste has published the Pig Book for like 30 years. Like, we know there are all these small, like, giveaways to different groups. I think that, you know, what concerns me is that some of the bullshit actually is coming, like, a lot of the things that they're identifying are actually either not funded by USAID or actually just not true. So, like, the very first day, the first of the Trump administration, or the first day that the press secretary was in, she comes out and says, well, people have been lying about this administration, we're gonna stop that. And then she says, oh, and we sent $50 million of condoms to Gaza. Like, the very first day, like, that's actually not true. Like, there was no $50 million of condoms or anything like that going to Gaza. And it very quickly was corrected. They said, well, it doesn't matter, there's things like that. So I think, you know, as, you know, I think about this, I mean, USAID, I think, as an economist, we know that most foreign aid is highly ineffective. There is a lot of corruption that goes on with that. So I think there's a strong argument for getting rid of it. But I think my big concern about how Trump and Musk are operating right now is they are trying to just bypass the legislative branch. I think that, as a libertarian, concerns me. Even though I don't have that much faith in the legislative branch currently either, I think that, you know, investing all this power in the executive branch, which is what they seem to be trying to do, that's what really concerns me.
Do you have the same concerns, Matt, or maybe you're just like more willing to overlook them in pursuit of the ends?
Yeah, I mean, any libertarian that's been around has been complaining about the imperial presidency since before we were born, and that is a real problem. I did, in fact, read the Doge executive order, and it turns out that all they did was rename and slightly redesign an existing department that was created by Obamacare. So in this case, I don't think there's any executive overreach. It's precisely what they should be doing, and it's a department that's supposed to be looking at computer systems and data systems. And as you point out, like, a lot of this USAID stuff, particularly the funding of gain of function research in Wuhan, is something that Rand Paul's been talking about for years. It's not new news, but Elon has a big megaphone. And I think a big problem with pulling apart corrupted government agencies is the public's awareness of what they are, what they do, and why what they say they do is just a lie. So I think the reason that Elon is having success is not just all of these tech bros that he's brought in to scrub data systems. It's because he has a very big megaphone. And honestly, I celebrate him for that. He saved X. I think in a lot of ways he saved free speech. But for the X-Files, we would not know what the government was doing to censor the conversation that we should be having.
Yeah, and I think that'll bring us into an important conversation about, okay, what do we do? How do I identify these things in the absence of a robust functioning media? But Chris, do you have a strong opinion on Elon and Doge and whether they're manipulating us or?
My take is this. So, I mean, I'm all against exposing government waste and getting rid of government waste. But I also think if we are seriously concerned about government overreach and overspending, I mean, foreign aid is nothing. It's half a penny. And so if we really want to take on government spending, what we got to do is worry about entitlements. And that's a much tougher conversation to have. So I guess I'm sort of neutral about this, and I'm just not really up to speed on it. But I mean, looking at foreign aid versus something like Social Security, they're just two completely different worlds. And the entitlements are really what we have to look at.
Yeah, I mean, absent the willingness to do that, I guess a couple billion half a pennies wouldn't hurt. No?
It depends on what the pennies are being spent on.
Yeah.
So maybe to follow up a little bit on some of what Jeremy was saying, so one concern I have about some of the information is that it often comes without context. So you'll see these tweets about, oh, here was this project that the government was funding, and on its face it seems very absurd. But then you get more information about it and you say, oh, okay, like maybe I don't even support that, but it's not crazy. And so here again, we could have a really good conversation about what, if anything, in these realms the government should be funding. But I do think context is very important. So you say, all right, at least we can understand why some of these things might be funded. It's not necessarily as absurd as it seems on its face.
Yeah, I think there's this crisis of who do you trust then? Do we trust anybody? Do we trust no one? Can I do a little hand raise? Who in here trusts legacy media to help them decide whether something is true or false? Raise your hand.
They'd be very brave.
Really? Oh, you do? Little bit. You trust them a little bit. Okay, that's fine. A little bit, gotcha. Fact check it. Who in here trusts influencers? You have at least one influencer or independent social personality you trust.
Does Jeremy count as an influencer?
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Anybody, like one person who you're like, I absolutely trust them. Who's yours? I don't know. Is it bad? She doesn't want to say who she trusts. You want to say? Oh, okay. So that's like somebody never let you down? Yeah, I think we have a naturally skeptical room, and I think libertarians are more so than many people like very skeptical of the information, which is so healthy. But like absent, reliable media, there's a lot of bullshit being spread even on conservative media too and X. So how do you recommend people weed through and really find it out for themselves?
So I really I like this example because there is no single influencer that you should trust on everything. And what we're seeing is the radical democratization of information and discovering what's true and false in real time. But that's how the real world works. And we were naive to think that 3 TV networks and 3 news anchors could tell us what to think. I'm the old guy on this panel, but I remember Walter Cronkite telling me as a kid, that's the way it is. And that was the end of the conversation. And every time an influencer, even Alex Jones gets it right sometimes. Yeah. And I love the fact that when Alex Jones gets it wrong, there's about 1,000 other people that are going to correct him in real time. And it's something that Elon has done with Community Notes. It's not perfect, but I would rather have that competitive process. And ultimately, I'm more trustful of the wisdom of crowds than I am the dictatorial opinions of experts.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very bullish on things like Community Notes. And I think Facebook has now said they're getting rid of their fact checkers, and they're going to actually institute something similar to Community Notes at Facebook, which is, for those who don't know, it's like a decentralized process, essentially. People write corrections, but they have to get upvoted, and they have to be upvoted by people that normally might disagree on things. So it really is trying to at least get in a system where you can have fact-checking done, but I think when the media started doing fact-checking with PolitiFact, I think at first, actually, that was really cool, and then it just became this thing where people are fact-checking opinions, and it just became inserting opinions in fact-checks. I think something like Community Notes or other things like that might evolve, I think are really great. So I think, but there's what systems might do this, but there's also the question of what can you as individuals do? And I think, I hesitate to say this because this phrase is sometimes used pejoratively, but, do your own research, but actually be good at it, right? So figure out how to, when Bernie Sanders says, the poor are getting poorer, okay, you should know what statistics and who can I trust to know the statistics to look that up, right? So especially for commonly repeated tropes, I think knowing where you can find it yourself, or to have, a kind of suite of influencers that you trust, and that this person's an expert on immigration, or this person's an expert on foreign policy, and when something comes up, you can look to, your few immigration influencers and say, well, what are they saying? Not that you'd ever totally trust them, but I think the best people that are good individual fact checkers will give you the sources of where they're saying it. Say, look at this and say it. I think the worst bullshitters never give you a source. There's no source. It's like a screenshot of some article. You can't even see what publication it's from. You got to figure out from the font, oh, this must be from the Washington Post based on the font. I think that is a classic bullshitter move, is to not even tell you where it's coming from, but to make it look official in some way. So I think find people that you trust that are, that you consider an expert. Not that the media has dubbed an expert or the academia has dubbed an expert, just that you trust because in the past they have done good work as far as both calling out bullshit, but also telling you what is the truth out there as they see it, and what has led to that.
Chris, besides Jeremy's X account, which is the source for you, will not question it. How can people, besides going to his X account, what do you think, improve their chances of realizing what's true and not?
They can go to my X account too.
You want to give it? Do you want to give it?
A lot.
I do the screenshots. I know.
Bad boy.
I know. But sometimes I post a link in the comments. So yeah, I would actually say the first line of defense is recognizing your own bias. So the algorithm knows what you want to see, and you don't want to see things that are telling you that you're wrong or that your side is bad. So I'm a big Philadelphia Eagles fan. Go Birds.
Oh.
How dare you?
He's really emotional today.
Yeah, don't test me today. I'm an emotional wreck. But so my feed is all Eagles propaganda. It's so beautiful. We're gonna crush the Chiefs. It's gonna be amazing. Is that objective? Well, yeah, but maybe not. But so the algorithm knows I don't want to see pro-Chiefs content. That's crazy. Even if the content is in some sense accurate, and we think politically very similar to the way that we think about sports, is we have our own team and we like our team to win and we like to think that our team is good, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's just important to know that about yourself. So just because your feed is telling you, oh, look, your favorite politicians or your favorite party, they're doing everything right or everything they're saying is true, just be skeptical of that, because the algorithm is showing you what content you want to see. So that's one line of defense. In terms of who you can trust, I mean, I think a good heuristic is, do you follow people who are willing to tell people uncomfortable truths about their own side or their own party? So somebody says, like, look, I think my party is right about most stuff, but they're wrong on immigration. They're wrong on price controls, whatever the case may be. That's a sign that that person, might be more trustworthy than they otherwise would be. Like, they're actually willing to step outside of their partisan box a little bit and tell uncomfortable truths. So if you see that your feed is nothing but people who are telling you what you want to hear, that's a red flag. If your favorite influencers are just essentially parroting a party line, that's also a problem. So go after people who are well-informed, who cite their sources, and who occasionally surprise you with their takes. Like, you can't predict what their takes are going to be just by looking at who they voted for. Those are some rules of thumb that you could use.
Matt, go ahead.
By the way, going back to the question of rent control, the reality is I'm an economist by training, and it took me a really long time to realize that I was the weirdo and that most people don't process the world through facts and figures and downward sloping demand curves and economic logic. They process the world based on the people around them that they trust and their emotions and all of that. And I think one of the reasons that I'm white-pilled on our ability to get better information from better people is the evolution away from sound bites and talking points and contrived from the top messaging to something like the Joe Rogan format. And Joe Rogan very explicitly says, I don't want to talk to somebody for an hour because they're probably going to bullshit me for the first hour. But I want to get to know them. I want their guards to come down, and I want to know their personal story. And I think in a lot of ways, you can judge the quality of the information you're getting from someone as you get to know them. Are they authentic? Are they consistent? Will they actually say, oh, I got that wrong? These kinds of things, I think that's why media has shifted away from corporate media towards these other sources, because people, particularly young people, find it more believable, and it is.
Yeah, there's this authenticity. I think the younger generation is really looking for authenticity, and whether you like him or not, Donald Trump is authentically Donald Trump, and maybe that's something that appeals.
His hair is fabulous.
Oh, Harris is super authentic.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris was absolutely the peak of authenticity, for sure.
Yeah.
Chris, something you said, and I think Spike Cohen stands out to me, and Spike couldn't be with us today, but after Milei was elected, I think it would be okay for libertarians to be like, oh my God, this is awesome. But he was like, we need to hold him accountable. We need to hold him accountable for everything he promised he was going to do, because if we don't, then it just hurts, our broader mission. And I think that ability to hold your own people accountable is important. And as you both pointed out, the ability to look for people who correct things, who are okay saying, hey, that was wrong, issuing a correction. That's true for the media. I guess one of the things, as we bring it back to sort of where do you go from here, one of the things we agree upon is politicians are going to bullshit. That's what they do. So you have to sort of be a filter yourself or find trusted sources to be a filter. A lot of people don't have the time and energy to do that. I mean, we do. It's part of what we like to do. You guys do. You're at a libertarian conference. I think you're probably capable of cutting through bullshit. But what happens for people who are your passive news consumers, who aren't in the weeds? I mean, are we ever going to, is the legacy media ever going to bounce back to really fulfill their obligation to those people? Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard question, because we already know that voters, individual people in the role as voters know very, very little. There's all kinds of political science research showing they basically know nothing, and most of the things they think they know are not true. So I think that now with this, this additional problem of things spreading much more quickly through social media, I think it's hard. I think most voters, though, or most individual citizens, even if they don't vote, I think they actually aren't seeing these constant memes that are turning over every day that we're kind of following and quickly fact-checking. I think most people are actually immune to that. So then you need to think about what are the big things that they might care about. And it's interesting on this thing about foreign aid that we talked about. I find it strange that they're having to kind of bullshit their way through limiting this, because that's the one area where the average person is consistently very libertarian and wants to cut it. People are actually foreign aid, sure, cut that. So I think, though, on other issues, though, I think that, I posted something about Social Security the other day about how, like, all these boomers I'm seeing on Facebook posting these Social Security memes have no idea how the program even works. And they're collecting money from it. And I'm like, okay, this is this huge voting bloc that's hugely ignorant of it. How are they ever going to get real information? Or does that just mean the system will be doomed and it'll go away in 8 years? I don't know. But I guess I don't really have a solution to how I don't think the legacy media is ever going to be dominant again. So I don't think that is the place that the average person, I think we're starting to learn now, where are people going to get their news from now that we've had this kind of decentralization? And I think that I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, Matt, I'd like to get your take on this because you do talk about that quite a bit. And this might be an unpopular opinion, but as someone who left legacy media to do an independent show, there's a lot of inaccurate information on X2. They're both dripping with it. One is just worse because they're supposed to be this unbiased, whatever it is. So, I mean, what does a typical news consumer do?
Well, think about it. I'll put on my economist hat and quote a dead guy, Friedrich Hayek, on this question, because I think the question is simple. I love the fact that the legacy media is dead, and it's going to be replaced with something far more robust and decentralized. And we basically have two choices. We can have basically a central planning model for knowledge and information where somebody smarter than us and more powerful than us decides what is true and false and then spoon feeds it to us. Or we can have the beautiful chaos of all these influencers and all these people trying to figure out what the hell is going on. But isn't that the market process? Isn't that precisely what Friedrich Hayek describes when he talks about how the price system sends signals to people, and they don't need to know anything except at the end of that process, the price of steel went up. That's what we're doing with information. It's messy, it's sloppy, but it is a self-correcting process where we can get to something closer to the truth because of competition that we couldn't get when it was controlled from the top down.
Chris, what do you say? Because things won't change unless, and we deal with this a lot in Seattle, you have people who just continue to vote for the same individuals who made our homeless crisis horrible, crime, all these things. And I think a lot of them are just passive news consumers. They're not in the mud like all of us are. And if they were, they'd never vote that way. So how do we get those, which I think is a much larger percentage of the population, to wake up to some of the bullshit they're being led to believe?
So the short answer is I don't know, but let me voice maybe what I take as really the root concern that I have here is that it's a demand issue. So what is it that people are looking for when they're consuming news? Are they trying to form accurate beliefs about the world? I'm not so sure about that. So, I mean, there's a lot of literature on this. Jeremy was talking a little bit about this. But, when you acquire political information, maybe it's true, maybe it's false, but there's very little that you can do with that practically to make your life or the world a better place because, your vote doesn't make a difference and so on and so forth. So why is it that people consume news? It's probably not so that they can acquire information to form true beliefs. Maybe they think that's what they're doing. But it really is, not to belabor the analogy, but it really is more like watching your local station give commentary on the local football team. It's telling you what you want to hear. There's just not a whole lot of incentive to acquire true political beliefs. I'm not sure what the solution to that is because it's almost a mathematical problem. So like our individual votes are so insignificant, there's not a whole lot of incentive to acquire good information. But that's the root problem that we do have to solve.
Yeah, let's send everybody out into the world with some advice on this because I think people in here want to call bullshit. They want to seek out the information. So for the theme of our panel, how to tell when you're being bullshitted by a politician, what advice should they go out into the world and share? Real quick, Matt.
So quickly, I hate this phrase, we're all low information voters, and we're some of the most informed libertarians in the universe in this room right now. So we should have some humility about it. We should have some curiosity and just keep digging.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I think I'll just repeat what I said earlier that, don't underestimate your own ability to do a little bit of research and inform yourself. I think that, doing that often, you get better at it very quickly, and you actually might learn how to, read scientific papers, even if you have no training in that. It's actually if you do, it's very easy to get better at it very quickly.
Chris, bring us home.
All right, yeah, I would just say it's easier to find good information than you might think. It's just a matter of being motivated to do it.
Very good. Look at it, right on time, too. He
Boom.
saw that. Everyone, can we get a round of applause for our panel? Matt, Jeremy, Chris, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of LibertyCon.
All right, LibertyCon, how we doing today? Let's go, let's get some energy going on. My name is Sean Themea. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Young Americans for Liberty. Thank you. And you are all very dangerous people. If you didn't know, now you know. You're dangerous for two reasons. The first reason is because you believe in the cause of liberty, and like it or not, that makes you absolutely terrifying to many people. Let me tell you a story how I found this out for myself. 2 years ago, we were setting up our own conference, YALCon, in Florida. I flew in a couple days early to help set up with the AV team. There was another conference next door to us. It was an arts administration conference. And I said, this is great. You know, I'm a theater person. I'd love to meet these people. So I went and I talked to them. I told them about the organization I was from, and they seemed very nice. But then they sent an all-attendee email and push notification to their conference. And it said, we have been made aware that the Young Americans for Liberty are next door to us. Now, I know their values are different than ours, and you may be afraid of your mental health and physical safety. So we are going to double our security force for our closing dinner tonight. And if you want a security escort back to your room, we will provide you one for those scary Young Americans for Liberty. That's almost verbatim, I swear. And it made me realize and remember, liberty is scary to people who don't quite understand it, especially those who see it as right-wing coded, but it's also can be terrifying to people who see it as left-wing coded. I remember the first day that I was tabling on my campus, and I asked them to sign up for the organization and said, you know, we're for people who, you don't believe that someone should be in jail for just growing or smoking a plant, do you? And this girl looked me straight in the eye and said, yes, because it's a slippery slope and people will die. They should be in jail. And so liberty is terrifying for many people, right? And so it's our duty to educate the masses about our cause and about why it leads to freedom, peace, and prosperity. There's some great books out there that'll tell you exactly how to do that, and we must continue to spread the positive message of freedom. But I believe that education alone is not enough if we are to achieve liberty in our lifetime. The second reason that you are dangerous people is because you all have the potential to wield real political power and challenge those who pose the most direct threat to our freedom, which is the politician. Let's set the stage with a little bit of the real nature of politics so we know how we understand what we're talking about. And I'll condense an hour and a half into about 2 minutes. As the investor Rick Rule reminded me last night, you know, politics comes from the Greek poly, meaning many, and ticks, meaning blood-sucking parasites. Politics at its core is the adjudication of power. It is who rules whom. Politics is who rules whom and how they use the state against you or leave you alone. Politicians want primarily three things: to be elected, re-elected, and elected to higher office. And the best way to preserve that path to power is inertia, is doing nothing, and as this panel told you just now, to bullshit you into thinking they're doing something to give you your freedom back, but in reality, they're just sitting there slightly growing the state or making incremental change that doesn't really matter. So what do we do about that? Well, I have an idea. We could educate them. We could send them all a copy of the great David Bose's Libertarian Mind, and then all the politicians would understand freedom and leave us alone and slash government, right? Unfortunately, while you should give this book and read this book to as many of your colleagues as you can, the politicians is wasting the postage. Many people come in believing in the ideas of liberty to elected office, but then they realize they're in a different universe, and it is not their job anymore to stand for freedom. It is to stay in power. It is like the ring of power. It is addictive, and they cannot let go of it. So what do? It seems like I'm kind of bumming you out. How do we take back our freedom in such a powerful way? Look around the states, and I can speak for these United States, and I see a lot of good things happening at the state level. I see the state of New Hampshire cutting government spending, one of the only states in the union to actually cut money from the budget. I see Maine abolishing civil asset forfeiture. I see universal school choice starting to pass in many states. And I see constitutional carry and the right for self-defense preserved in many states as well. I look around at universities across the country, and I see university presidents saying, you know what? We're going to allow for the right to self-defense on campus with tasers and pepper spray bans being lifted and free speech zones being abolished. So why are these politicians and university presidents who are prone to inertia actually doing something to give back our freedom to us, our God-given freedom? It's because leaders in the room, like each one of you, stood up, spoke out, organized people in their community around these ideas of liberty, but then mobilized them to put pressure on those in power to say, I'm demanding you give me my freedom, and if you don't, I will threaten your reelection and your job. This is the only thing that gets a politician to respond. Remember, they want to get elected, reelected, and elected to higher office. They don't want controversy, they want to be loved. This is the power of grassroots pressure, grassroots organizing, and what real political power for liberty looks like is getting the wrong people to do the right thing. We want more right people doing the right thing. We need more Mayor Glenn Jacobses. We need more Justin Amash's and Ron Paul's. But it is easier to get the wrong people to do the right thing for us to get our freedom back in the political process. And this is a power that each one of you, even if this is your first liberty event, you're still in school, or maybe you've never been politically active, maybe you've only been in book clubs and reading, anyone can learn this art. Anyone can study this blade of grassroots organizing and political power. And that's what I want to offer to you on behalf of my organization, Young Americans for Liberty, where we specialize in training you on how to do phone banks, do rallies, collect petition signatures, get out there and organize in your community to wield this political power and make real change happen in your backyard and demand your freedom back, taking that passion for the ideas and the education and translating it into real political force. Because if we don't, then the politicians will continue to use this force against us. And going back to my original comments about those people who were scared about liberty, right? One of them increased their security force, the other one wanted the other person in jail, right? It is on us not only to message and to inspire people that force and the state is not the way to lift people up, that freedom is, but to recognize that that is the alternative and we must stand against it. So if you're with me and you believe that free markets free people, that self-defense is a human right, that we own our bodies, that the war on drugs is a war on people, that the answer is not censorship but more speech, if you're for capitalism over communism and freedom over fascism, then you owe it to your philosophy to know how to wield this political power, take action in your community, and make liberty win. And we want to help you do that. My friends Sam and Rachel, are you guys in the room? You're holding up a sign, everybody say, hi, Sam and Rachel. A couple of you said it, that's great. Go find them in the exhibit hall. We'd love to get you involved. And thank you all for being at LibertyCon, tremendous event. Let's give a round of applause for SFL, Wolf, and the whole SFL team. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you being here.
Am I on? There it is. We have an exciting panel for you guys today. So Mike Termott is a retired police officer and entrepreneur. He ran as Libertarian candidate for vice president against the duopoly last year. Lars Mapstead is also an entrepreneur and ran for the Libertarian nomination for president. So welcome also Matt Kibbe again, President and Chief Community Organizer of Free the People. And then Kane, also known as Glenn Jacobs, has a legendary wrestling career. So primarily in WWE, he debuted as 1997 as The Undertaker's mysterious brother. Portrayed as the monstrous Kane, he became a key figure in the era's Attitude Era, and later during the Ruthless Aggression Era. He won numerous championships, including the WWE Championship, Intercontinental Championship, and Tag Team titles. He's also the self-described theoretical Rothbardian mayor of Knox County, Tennessee. Please welcome our panelists as they discuss why America is still one of the best places to start a business.
Starting with you. All right, excellent. Are we mic'd up? Everyone can hear me? I thought that was an introduction that was a little bit too dramatic, but the gentleman backstage said, this is the way that body surfing starts across the crowd. And I said, I think that our body surfing days, crowd surfing days are probably behind us, but if anyone would like to carry Gary out on their shoulders this afternoon.
Glenn still does this.
Yeah, Matt and I are down here like, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut you off too soon.
It's
part of your shtick.
That's right. I don't see any takers.
No.
Let me interrupt the frivolity to get really serious here for a moment. Kevin O'Leary recently said, and I think a lot of you have probably seen this YouTube clip, that a salary is a drug they give you when they want you to forget your dreams. I want you to think about that because we all have dreams, don't we? And we all take drugs to make us forget about our dreams. Some of us take drugs to get even better dreams. But we all have professional dreams, and some of those are about having a really terrific job, and some of us just apparently didn't get the memo. And I have 3 guys here who apparently didn't get the memo when they should have gotten it. What I really want to know, and what I want them to talk about today, is what were you thinking? Why is it that you couldn't just behave and get yourself a job and do like the rest of Americans, do like the rest of people around the world, and do what the man tells you to do? Now, I happen to know that each of you have had a job, okay, so you know what it's like to have had a job, but there was something about you that made you misbehave. And by the way, I do know that there was something written in the program today about, is the United States still the best place in the world to start a job? Well, I'm sorry. It's the best place in the world to start a job if this is where you live, okay? If we answered the question, no, there's actually another place that's a really fun place, that's not going to do you any good. You're not going to get an airplane and to start, a job or start a business or start some entrepreneurial effort someplace else just because some, panel at LibertyCon told you to leave. So that's not going to happen. What we're going to talk about is what were you thinking? Lars, I'm going to start with you because I hate you most.
Yep.
What is it that you were thinking when you decided, no, I'm not working for the man anymore?
Yeah. Well, I was talking to a bunch of people earlier today about the education system. And the education system in America, the government schools, basically, in my opinion, train you to want to kind of go down a certain path and become a cubicle worker is basically what it trains you to do. I had a real tough time in school. In fact, I dropped out of high school and didn't finish high school.
Really?
And
was that a mutual decision?
Well, I don't like authority too much, and so that when they would tell me how to, behave a certain way.
No, it's cool.
And so, for me, entrepreneurism just kind of came naturally, and I would go to work at different jobs. I've been a dishwasher. I worked at a computer sales place. I've done a lot of different jobs, and every time I would go to that job, I would see them doing something that I would say, I could do that better. Yeah. I see a process that you're not doing that we should do better. And then when I would take that process to them and say, we should do this, they'd laugh at me and said, go back to your position, kid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
And so it became very easy for me when I found the opportunity to start my own business and run the show myself the way that I wanted to. I mean, that fit my personality perfectly.
I think that that's fascinating. And, you know, many of us think in our heads, oh, you know, there's a better way to do that. But most of us, you know, don't let that come out of our pie hole. We keep our mouths shut, you know, so it's really fascinating. By the way, I spent a lot of last year with Lars, and he was always telling me things I should do better. So it's just part of his personality. I'm going to come back to Glenn in just a moment, okay, because I have a very specific question for Glenn. But I want to ask you, Matt, you and I just realized that we had regular jobs here in Washington, right? You were working for the Man, and you worked for the Hill. You know, we were what some people from the outside might have even called Washington insiders for a brief period of our respective histories.
It's a shameful history.
It's a shameful, you know, you were probably working on a pension and you had a good salary and Donald Trump hadn't threatened your job yet or offered you the 8-month buyout, right? What were you why did you give all that up? It seems so wonderful.
You know, it's funny, we're talking, and I am going to empty my closet and you guys will judge me for this, but I was an economist at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And I was naive enough at the time when I took that job to believe that their logo meant what it said. It said the spirit of enterprise. And within days, as a libertarian, I realized that it was a festering hellhole of crony capitalism. And I think the reason that I stopped working for the Man is in part because as a libertarian, it was never a good fit. I worked at the Republican, I worked at the Republican National Committee. I worked on Capitol Hill. I worked at the Chamber of Commerce. And it was never quite the right fit. And several times early in my career, I had to gracefully walk away from very lucrative, very prestigious jobs because it violated this philosophy that I had developed when I was a kid. And it meant a lot to me to stick to my principles, which again makes me a sort of a weirdo in Washington. So if you actually want to work in Washington, D.C. and be proud of what you do, ultimately you have to do it for yourself. You can't work for somebody else because this is a town that trades souls. This is a town that there's always a price that someone will pay. You think they're a good guy, but there's a price they'll take that price. And the only way to protect yourself from that is to own and control your own institution, your own career path, and you got to be willing to take those risks.
I wish I had no idea what you were talking about. That was really beautifully said in a sad and dark way, by the way. I don't think anyone in our audience finds that you have similar personality flaws with Lars Mapstead. Glenn, I want to ask you, if you only had, you know, one choice, who would you want to do the pile driver on, Anthony Fauci or The Undertaker? I mean, if you only had one choice, you know, this is what we've all been dying to ask you.
Yes, you know, Doe's just uncovered that the NIH was going to spend $168,000 building an exhibit to Anthony Fauci.
That's something.
Yeah,
now,
that certainly is something terrible.
Now, these two, right, on your left or on your right, they decided not to go to work for the Man. They had jobs, they had other experiences. You and I have chatted. It is true, Glenn used to have jobs also. He knows what it's like to work for the Man. Not all of us who have started some entrepreneurial enterprise decide, oh, I know what I want to do. I want to be a professional wrestler, right? What were you thinking, right? What is it that not only you didn't want to work for the Man, but you know, you didn't even want to work in a normal job. This must have been an enormous undertaking.
By the way, Kane is the Man.
Yes, thank you very much.
I mean, psychologically, you did not have a lot of net below that tightrope.
No, I didn't know any better. I was a kid, and I had always wanted to be a professional athlete. I'm a romantic at heart, and that had always been my dream. And through things out of my control, injuries and so forth, that pathway was basically taken away from me. And I was able to pursue a slightly different way than I would have thought of when I was younger. And I did, you know, I held jobs. I was also cook and dishwasher at a fast food restaurant. My first job out of college, I worked with folks with special needs, personal trainer, all of those things. But those are really to just pay the bills.
Yep.
And to get by. But ultimately, I had a dream that I wanted to pursue, and I still did not have all of the weight and duties that now I wouldn't be able to do it because I have a family that depends on me and those sort of things. But when I was much younger, I had the freedom to be able to do those things.
That's fascinating.
But it was more of an evolution. It wasn't like, I decided I was going to do this. It just kind of happened.
No, but you put your finger on something I find fascinating that people often leave out, even though I think it's there. When you said you're a romantic at heart, there is an element of, there is something in my head that I just can't let go, that the world could be a better thing for me, for my family, for everyone, if I just, I don't know what that thing is.
The thing, and I want to bring up that essentially, when you're young, you're more idealistic, right? And it's harder to become an entrepreneur after you've been in the system for a long time. It's easier to become an entrepreneur when you're young and you can take chances and you don't have a lot of life overhanging you.
Right.
And I think it's really critical to, if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur and you're young, go out and do it. Don't sit around and wait, because life changes and it comes up on you quick. And if you want to make big changes, you need to be able to take risks. And I think that's what the government schools don't teach us, which is to take risk. It teaches us to be safe and go down the path.
No, they train you for the cubicle, to your earlier point.
100%.
When you were going into business for yourself, what was the object of the game? What was the goal?
Well, basically I discovered the internet in 1994 when it was very first coming out. And I was enamored with the idea that in those days, the internet was non-commercial. And it was about the freedom of information and about sharing ideas with people around the world. And it was this new communication medium that was amazing to me. And so I didn't go into that thinking it was going to turn into a business. I went into that thinking this is a great way to share ideas with people about freedom and about the things that I'm interested in. And so I sort of stumbled upon the commercial stuff a little bit later, because the internet really didn't become commercial till 1996, 1997. So for 2 years.
And not for everybody.
Right.
Yeah. I remember the late 90s. A whole lot of people weren't making millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Now, Matt, I want to ask you the same thing. What was the object of the game? Because what we're picking up here is that money isn't always the primary driver. What is it? If I had asked you, right, when you started that foundation,
yeah,
what is it you were trying to accomplish?
So if I could start by following on to something Glenn said that I think is really important. When I was in college, I had this quote from Howard Rourke, the character from the Ayn Rand novel The Fountainhead, where he's scolding Peter Keating because Peter keeps asking, what should I do with my career? What should I do? And Howard Rourke says, how can't you know what you want to do? You have to figure out what you want to do. And at the time, I didn't know what I wanted to do. So I put it up there. I still don't know what I want to do. But if you think you have a perfect plan, that's the wrong way to think about it. The point is to figure it out. And that is a process. And sometimes it's an accident. Something appears before you that is part luck and part a challenge, and maybe you're a little anxious as you don't know how to do it. So pretty much every job that I either took or created was in part driven by my anxiousness of not knowing exactly where I was going, not thinking that I could do certain types of things. And when we created FreedomWorks, we had this crazy idea that you could organize citizens to effectively stop the growth of government. And this is a good 7 or 8 years before the Tea Party emerged.
Yep.
And we were thinking about this, and we were reading all the leftist literature on community organizing and all that stuff. And unbeknownst to me, there was this thing called the internet that was percolating. It was going to be a thing. Social media was actually going to allow people to know and to organize and to be effective in ways that they never were before. But when we started, it was a dream. And it was a slog. Like, man, we almost went out of business every year until that moment That was an accident of history. It wasn't something we created. So it's got to be drive. It's got to be a little bit of crazy dreaming. It's the kind of things, I love to quote dead economists. Ludwig von Mises talks about the entrepreneur. And he says that the entrepreneur thinks about things differently than normal people. We all know what happened in the past. We know where we are today. But the entrepreneur can sort of see around the corner of history and imagine an alternative world. And the entire time that he's doing it, the world is laughing at him. So you have to kind of be a stubborn asshole to do this stuff.
There's no question about it. And probably both. I'm glad you put it just that way, because from time to time I've been stubborn, and from time to time I've been an asshole. But it's only when you combine those two that you can actually get something done. Glenn, I didn't mean that to sound like a perfect introduction to ask you what I...
Speaking of stubborn
and speaking of Glenn, right, nothing I would say within 15 feet. Glenn, you had to reinvent your brand in more than a couple of times, right? What kept you going? What was the object of the game? What was it that kept you from saying, you know what? Maybe this isn't such a good idea.
Stubborn. Don't use the second part of that, but I was stubborn. And it's interesting, actually. You know, you were talking about when the internet first took off. I graduated high school in 1985, and I was a computer science major through my first year of college before I decided that it was boring and wasn't going anywhere. And then the internet came around. I realized that was one of the major mistakes that I made in my life. And I have had to reinvent myself over the years, and I think that's something that we all have to do, because we live in a very dynamic world and things are constantly changing. And for me, I got into wrestling really just to take care of my family as best that I could. And it also provided the freedom of not having a job where you had to go to work every day or different places, and traveling the world and all sorts of things. But then the amazing thing was you realize that even through something like that, you're actually having an impact on the world. You are serving other people. That was driven home to me. My wife and I were at a concert in Knoxville, and I was buying popcorn and a soda, and this lady came up to me and showed me a picture that she had on her phone of me and her son when he was in the hospital, and that was the last picture she'd taken while he was alive. And and then you realize, oh my gosh, you know, even through this thing called professional wrestling, I was able to help make the world a better place for some folks. And ultimately, that's what the market's all about. You do things because they benefit you, but the only way they can benefit you is they benefit other people as well.
Spoken like an economist. Lars, what's the hardest thing you've ever had to do? Never mind last year. Never mind putting up with me.
Putting up with you for 35
Putting up with me.
debates.
Never mind all that.
Yeah.
Never mind last year.
No.
Tell me about some of the difficulties.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask you is because we've got people in the audience who are going to start businesses. They're going to start projects. They're going to start political movements and foundations. Many of them don't even know it yet, right? We have got people in this audience who have jobs, and they're not planning on leaving those jobs. Right? They're either going to be told they're leaving their job, or they're going to get frustrated, or they're going to have a dream. Something is going to happen to them.
Yeah.
And they're going to face some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, early on when I started up my companies, Friend Finder was the biggest company that I started up, and grew that to 600 employees, doing $350 million a year in sales. But it was 80 hours a week for almost 10 years. And I think the hard part was watching...
I don't work 80 hours in 10 years.
The hard part was watching my friends, you know, go out and hang out with other people and have a good time. And at 2 in the morning, I was getting the pager call to go reboot the server so that I can continue to make money, you know, and get out of bed. And my wife would just look at me like I was crazy. But, you know, I was just willing... I say, if you find a gold mine, just dig like hell in that gold mine, because you never know when it's going to run out, or the government's going to come and shut it down, or, you know, something bad's going to happen. And I certainly had my fair share of bad things. I remember one time I had a DDoS attack against my servers where this group of hackers were attacking the servers, and they were attacking the servers so much that they shut down the entire Bay Area telephone market in California.
Nice.
And the FBI got involved and all this kind of stuff, and they wanted $400,000 of ransom in e-gold in order to restore service.
Oh, hell
to
no.
Yeah, so we said no. And
I would never pay anyone that kind of money.
Well, I won't go there. But, so there was a lot of challenges, and there was times where I literally thought my business wasn't going to be the next morning because we either lost credit card processing or we weren't able to put mail out, and both of those things were critical to still having a business. And I literally went to bed a couple times thinking, I don't have a business anymore, and miraculously, it made it through. You just put in the hard work, put one foot in front of the other.
That's the miracle?
That's the miracle.
That's the miracle is hard work?
Hard work.
That's a very disappointing answer. Matt, tell me that miracles actually happen and that it's not just all about being stubborn and hard work.
Well, it is. It's a combination of things that starts with stubbornness, and it starts with hard work. And I worry that somehow this word work has become a pejorative, and it sounds like it is for you. And
oh, absolutely.
Yeah. But we gotta return the romance to the idea of work, and the struggle, and the anxiety, and the nervousness that you don't know how to do what you're about to try to do. And it's kind of instead of sad sack Jordan Peterson, where he tells you that the only reason you should get out of bed is because life is miserable and hellish. We could instead tell this beautiful story of the process itself, the struggle, the risk-taking, the failing along the way, picking yourself up and doing it again. To me, that's where the beautiful stuff in life comes from. And it doesn't really matter what it is you're trying to do. You have to decide what it is you want to accomplish, and you have to enjoy that process. And I can't imagine a worse hell than not having to get out of bed and not having the anxiety. Like, I'm sure we've all spent many sleepless nights knowing that tomorrow is make or break. Yeah. Those words are in there somewhere.
There is something exhilarating about it.
Yeah.
Matt, talk to us for a moment. You made a transition from one project to another. I gotta believe that when you feel like you're bringing one project to a conclusion, whatever brings that to a conclusion, right? There's 100 different ways every single project and company campaign can conclude. What were you thinking, knowing, as you must have at that point, how hard the world can be trying to launch a new project, doing it anyway?
Yeah. Well, it again, like this never being satisfied that what you just accomplished is enough. And it's one of the diseases that entrepreneurial people have is you work really hard, you do something really big, and for about 24 hours you're like, that's awesome. And then you're like, okay, what's next? Mm-hmm. What's the next thing? Yep. And when I was a Tea Party organizer, we were introducing activists to a lot of the books that I was turned on to as a kid. I was handing out copies of Atlas Shrugged, and I was handing out Bastiat's The Law, and activists would start to tell me that they were so frustrated because they have a stack of books next to their bed, but they have kids and they have jobs and they have all these things they need to do, and I wanted to figure out a way to make it so that a much broader audience that was now available to us because of the ubiquitousness of social media, how would we translate these libertarian values into compelling stories that would turn on people that didn't even know. They're never going to read Human Action. They're not going to be the dorky kid that I was slogging through all that stuff because they're normal and I'm not. But could you do that? And the way we decided to do it was to basically build a media production company.
Yep.
Both a nonprofit, Free the People, a for-profit production company called Fight the Power Productions. And that was before videos were really a thing. But we looked at our target audience, liberty-curious young people, and we said, okay, that's what they want. That's how they're going to consume content. And it's sort of funny to think about my career. I started off as a wannabe academic that became a technical economist, both at the Chamber and on Capitol Hill. and then I became a political operative, and then I became a grassroots organizer, and then I became a communicator. And now I run a freaking video production company. How the hell did that happen?
That's the miracle.
Yeah.
It's the miracle that Lars talks about. All right, Glenn, this is what we've all wanted to know. You got into politics. Now, this is important because there is an element of entrepreneurialism that went into this, right? You were leaving an environment that you had at least figured out a little bit, and you're entering an environment that is not familiar to you, right? Yes. And it wasn't because someone was offering you a $10 million contract.
No.
No. As a matter of fact, one might argue this wasn't even a good idea.
It was a terrible idea.
It was a terrible idea. Okay. Why does someone wake up one day and decide, because COVID hadn't hit yet.
Yeah, no.
COVID hadn't hit yet. How does one decide one wants to be on the board of your county and then later on become the mayor? And by the way, I am going to go there. Isn't it hypocritical to stand against a mask mandate when you wore so many masks in your previous career?
I can still breathe with those. And I voluntarily wore those and actually got paid a lot of money.
Well, that's interesting. If the Commonwealth of Virginia and the state of Florida had offered me that much money to wear a mask, maybe I would have too.
Exactly.
Right.
But not forcing on other people. That's the difference. It's actually probably a lot of what Matt was just talking about. I am wired that way as well. You know, that there's always another challenge. And I've realized that about myself is, you know, I got into wrestling and I was able to scale that mountain and get to the top. And then it's almost like, yeah, this is awesome. Now what's next? And for me, just the transition to politics was personal. I worry very much about the future that my kids and grandkids are going to inherit. And I felt that in whatever small way that I could have an impact on that. Done things with people like Matt and others as far as education and getting the word out. But then at some point I was like, I think I have an opportunity here to take some direct action myself. So it wasn't an entrepreneurial decision in that, you know, it wasn't like I was doing that to improve the lives of my family in the short term, but it was in that hopefully I can protect the futures of my kids and my grandkids in the long term.
We're enormously grateful that you made this very weird decision, by the way. And I'm hoping that you will join the Libertarian Party and run for vice president, because that's really the most fun thing that you can do in the world. Sure. And we're going to get Spike to run for president. So you guys are going to work together very closely. I've got this all planned out for you. No thinking is required. What's your, by the way, no thinking is required in any of this. What's your next step politically? What are you thinking about?
Oh, I don't know, actually. And, you know, that's kind of been my life. First of all, I don't look at this as a stepping stone. You know, Sean was thinking.
No, we do, though.
Well, you might.
We want to know.
But it's
how
not,
we can get you to do more.
It's not moving. And I don't even like the term higher office because in our structure of government, local government is really important, and people sometimes forget that. So I'm not exactly sure, and there are probably lots of opportunities that I will have. Again, my mission is not to gain higher office. My mission is to protect the future for my family. And there are many different ways that I may be able to do that. So when I think about the political realm, it's much more than just running for office.
What are the big things facing you guys in Knox County? What's the big thing on the plate right now? Because earlier I heard you talking about holding taxes down.
Yep.
I'm sure nobody's interested in that, but you tell me.
We're doing very well in Tennessee. You know, we have actually the lowest state and local tax burden in the country. This is really important to me when I have a state income tax. But inflation has, you know, it does impact local governments. So for us right now, it's our budget season, and it's putting together a budget that does not increase taxes, and it's something that I've made a vow that I won't do, and I'm not. You know, I'm just not going to. And the problem is you hear a lot of politicians say, "Oh, raising taxes is the last resort." Well, what you've done is you put it on the table. I take it off the table. We're just not going to do that, and that in itself can be a challenge, though, when you have so many people pushing and everybody needs their thing done. Well, the problem is if everybody gets their thing, then your budget goes haywire, and next thing you know, you've lost control of that.
Yeah. I'm sure your entrepreneurial background serves you well dealing with people who are used to using inertia, using momentum, using political status quo to their advantage.
Right, yeah, I mean, we do a lot of things that would generally be considered outside the box as far as things like public-private partnerships, activating the private sector, activating the faith-based community, and all those sort of things that have helped us really streamline and lean out our budget a lot more than would have otherwise happened, I believe.
Yeah, thanks for, I'm going to ask you guys what you're working on next, but if the audience has questions, I don't think we have a microphone, but this is, I can't see a thing because of the lights in my face. But if there are individuals who have a question, this is a very fun group of guys of whom to ask really weird questions. I happen to know because I was doing so behind the curtain. So in just a moment, I'm going to ask if you have questions, so get those ready. But I do want to ask Matt and Lars, I want to ask you the same things. What's next? Are you ever going to do anything entrepreneurial again? Or is that it? You're going to go get a job, or you're going to stay home and watch TV? What's up for the future?
No, for me, I always have to be doing something. I tried to retire.
I'm sorry.
I tried to retire when I was 45, when I sold my company, and I lasted about 6 months, and I got completely bored, and I got completely depressed because I wasn't feeling like I was being productive in the world, right? And so I always have to be doing something. One thing I wanted to convey is that I was pretty meek person growing up, right? And I didn't have a lot of confidence in myself. And so as time went by and I got successes under my belt, I became more confident. But if I could go back and tell myself anything as a young person, it's like, you can do a lot more than you think you can do. Go out and do it, right? Young Lars never thought he was going to be running for president of the United States. That was not on the radar at all. You can achieve great heights, but you have to actually go out and do it, right? And so
I hope all the youngsters are listening to that.
And so when I got done with the campaign, I wanted to, what could I do to affect freedom and liberty the most as my person? Like, this is my new thing that I want to do, and that kind of came out of the campaign. And really what I realized was that in America, we don't have any voter choice when it comes to people on our ballot. We get a Democrat, a Republican, maybe we get a Libertarian or a third party, but we really don't have choice, and the duopoly suppresses that choice. And I've realized that the best way for us to have more choices on the ballot is to get better ballot access for candidates so that any independents and third parties can get on the ballot. And so I started working with a group called More Voter Choice, and that is literally to attack ballot access in states and get the requirements lowered so that we can get lots of different candidates and lots of different voices. Because I believe that if we want to fix the political system in America, we have to have competition. I believe in competition. It's very healthy. And right now in our government, we have no competition at all. It's literally, you're going to pick the Democrat or Republican. That's the only choices you get. And to go a step further, the American people's voice, there's many Americans that don't feel like their voice is being heard or counted for. And that shows up when you don't feel like you have a voice, you want to do violence. And we saw that in the Black Lives Matter movement, and we saw that in the January 6th movement. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, people are really pissed off in America and they don't feel like their voice is being heard. And so my whole goal is to try to open up the system so that everybody's voice is heard, so that we don't have violent outbreaks in America.
You are a romantic, aren't you? Matt, you said something earlier when we were chatting. It's that mindset, you know. Lars put his finger on something just a moment ago, just thinking that you can do it, right? And one thing leads to another because it's a frame of reference. You know, when the little business that a partner of mine and I were running, when we got rid of that, you know, a couple of years later, I was a 50-year-old rookie in the police department. It's only because I thought, well, I can learn to do weird things that, like, typically you think of a 25-year-old doing, right? But no, you know, maybe 50 is old compared to a 25-year-old, but I can still learn how to do new things.
Just takes you twice as long.
3 times as long in my particular case, right. what's your future look like? You going to get a job and finally go back and work for the man and sit around and watch TV in the evenings and be compliant?
No, I'm probably going to work myself to death because our small little production company, we must have a dozen different projects in development right now. And I'll just mention a few of them. We've been doing this investigative series called The Cover-Up, which is in partnership with Blaze TV. And this week, the 4th episode featuring a molecular biologist named Dr. Richard Ebright is going to bring the receipts as to why the dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan was not unusual. It was not the first time they'd done it. And you can trace all of these wildly dangerous science experiments all the way back to Dick Cheney's fetish with bioterrorism.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew that there were nefarious
Who would have
people?
thought? Who knew?
We have a project that we're doing with CiVL right now. We just released the first episode called Project Doge, and we want to explain against sort of the demagoguery, like why it is that eliminating the Department of Education in no way means that we're going to undermine funding for local schools. And in fact,
we won't have schools anymore, Matt.
Yeah, they're just going to disappear overnight. Those are fairly straightforward policy explainers, but we want to try to boost this idea of thinking big, and we're going to talk about why we don't need the Federal Reserve. We're going to talk about why we don't need the intelligence industrial complex. We're going to talk about why we don't need forever wars that drain us of both treasure and lives. And so that's happening because I want to move the Overton window. I don't want to just trim a little bit of waste, fraud, and abuse. I want to go as big as we
good for you.
can.
And as you're talking, it occurred to me that your whole company is entrepreneurial in spirit. I mean, you're always looking for new projects, new topics. So thank you very much for everything that you do. I'm sure we need the Federal Reserve System. We'll discuss that later. We couldn't possibly live without that. So I'm surprised. So I'm surprised you would even say that. Load up your questions, by the way. Does anyone?
Lars is taking notes for the next time he runs against you.
Yeah.
That's the opposite.
Yeah, because everyone is going to believe me, a clip of me saying we need the Federal Reserve System. Do we have someone going to a microphone, or do you just want to shout it out?
Hey,
there you go.
Go ahead, sir.
Maybe I missed it, but I didn't hear anybody talk about the funding necessary to start your endeavors. So can you talk about that? Because I need money.
Yeah. I can definitely talk.
That's a really good point. And we were all in different positions, right? I think that you had to raise money.
No, that's the thing, is that all of the businesses that I had were bootstrap, startup, and literally self-funding. And I basically just grew into the next level and the next level and the next level, up to basically 600 employees doing $350 million a year. And I tend to, one of the things that I should say is that I always tended to favor businesses that was just me or me and one or two other people, because that was the easiest to do. But the most successful businesses that I had were ones where I got a team of people around me and could kind of like leverage that group of people into making a much bigger contribution. So if you have a business going and it's just you and you're thinking about expand. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah. That makes total sense. Did either one of you guys have to raise money to get started?
Well, I learned I had to teach myself how to raise money when I was working for a libertarian organization. And this is a problem. And if anybody here raises money or runs nonprofits, there's certain types of money that's easy to raise that doesn't quite fit with what the mission of your organization is. And I was a policy guy at the time, but I was frustrated because the development team was bringing in money that didn't fit with what we were trying to do, with what our mission was. So I learned how to do that. So when I started my own organization, it's the first most important skill. Like how do you actually find seed investors? How do you sell people that should be interested in your idea when you have a new idea that they've never heard of before? You're going to organize grassroots? I don't even know what that is. Like, can't you just write a paper instead? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that always works.
So you have to learn how to build relationships, and I think one of the weaknesses in our movement is that we don't celebrate fundraising as an integral and central part of the process of doing this.
I agree with you completely wholeheartedly. In my case, I had to take a loan against the house, which I've done before and since, by the way, as Lars has teased me from time to time, because, you know, to get started, it's really tough. Now, if you don't have the house against which to borrow money, I recognize that's a problem. But to your point, it's a matter of team. You know, I had a couple of partners, and they were each willing, along with me, to, you know, eat nothing but macaroni for 6 months, because that was just the way it was going to be. Now, Glenn, I'm guessing you didn't have to raise money in terms of capital, but how did you eat?
Just doing the best that I could, seriously. You know, when I started, I lived with my parents for a little while and I moved out, but certainly was very, very modest. And then when I got a full-time job at wrestling, it still wasn't, you know, it wasn't making any money. I was just surviving. So you have to, you know, obviously you can't live above your lifestyle. And for me, it was just like with Lars, it was just bootstrap and eventually pulling yourself up. Fortunately, I was able to find some success after a few years. I always tell the story, it's true. When I first started, I was traveling through the Midwest, driving 300 miles on a weekend, not making any money, and generally not even getting paid. One time performing, and it was a pretty good crowd, but not probably as many people as in this room. And I was really happy because I got an envelope, which hopefully had enough money to pay for my gas for the weekend. I opened up the envelope, it was 2 buy 1 cheeseburger, get 1 free coupons to McDonald's. And that was it. You know, but that's what you basically have to go through that. And you have to realize too, you know, I spent years in wrestling before I became successful. And then of course you're like, oh, he's an overnight success. No, I spent years doing all of these things before I became successful. So it's just a matter of holding on long enough until, hopefully, and this doesn't happen for everybody, but if you don't try, it won't happen for you, is just keeping on going until eventually you create an opportunity that you can take advantage of.
Well, Glenn, you may not be an asshole, but you are stubborn.
I am
and
stubborn.
I appreciate that.
And some people would actually say I'm the other thing too. But
well, that may be, but they don't know you the way we do. How about a round of applause for these 3 guys who are really terrific. You guys have been great, not only because everything you've done for the movement, but being willing to share your stories with us. I think all of us feel like, well, if they can do it, then maybe, you know, others can do it too, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen and Marcel, for joining us today for this great conversation. We all know the importance of the internet. Once a clunky tool that required expensive and immobile machinery to access, the internet has become a key foundation in modern society. Online tools and interaction have often replaced their offline counterparts, and the realm of speech, especially political speech, is no different. No modern ad campaign can be effective without a strong focus on digital ads. No artist can be fully recognized for their talent without sharing it on social media. And no political movement can succeed without an immense online presence. And as libertarians or otherwise identified freedom lovers here, we know that such importance unfortunately and inevitably invites government interest, triggering its desire for control. That really started to happen for the internet during the Arab Spring in the years surrounding 2010. That's because the now deposed regimes may have been in control of natural resources, currency, law enforcement, the military, and traditional media, but they did not yet control the internet. And it was that lack of control over the new way to share information, news, and opinion that allowed their political control to be disrupted. And governments everywhere took note. If political control can be undermined by the internet, then the internet must be controlled too. It is that understanding that led governments, be they democratic, authoritarian, liberal, or illiberal, to pass new laws regulating how citizens are allowed to communicate online. So today we have the splinternet. Unlike a couple of decades ago, the internet today looks vastly different depending on what country you're in. China effectively operates a national intranet where most foreign social media is banned, and heavy-handed regulations in the EU mean that foreign information sources are often unavailable. Australia is one of a growing list of countries that demand speech be removed from the internet, often even the internet outside of their country, because they find it offensive or inaccurate. So, as governments increasingly direct and dictate political speech online, and what can be done to ensure the internet remains a healthy home for freedom? What can countries that say they care about free speech, like the US, learn and do about the current state of affairs? Marcel, you are a great example of both the importance of the internet for political activism, and also as someone who has faced a government trying to control speech online. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you fit into this discussion?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you, Steve, and thank you for having me here at SFL. It's a pleasure to share a little bit of my experience with censorship and also with internet. Well, in the first place, I wouldn't be a politician today if it weren't for internet or for social media. I was a city councilor first in my town of Dois Irmãos. It's 30,000 inhabitants in Rio Grande do Sul, the southernmost state of Brazil. I was 18 when I got elected, but that was pretty much an election back in the day with no social media at all. We're talking about 2004. I tried to become a representative in 2006 and 2010 in my state. I needed 35,000 votes. I got 14,000 in the second time, and then I decided, politics was not something I would really want for my entire life or the rest of my life, so I went to Europe to study, and I thought I was done with politics, at least for that time. When I returned in 2013, we had demonstrations in Brazil on the streets. We had many people, dissatisfied with the then government of Dilma Rousseff. And social media was actually essential for me to get the 35,000 votes I needed to become a state representative, because I don't have family in politics. I was never a part of any kind of, bureaucratic structure of the deep state whatsoever. And I got a seat in state legislature. But from then, back in 2014 to now, I could see how the importance of social media for me as a representative, now as a congressman, has been essential, as I told, to get there, but also how for those who were in power for many more years than I am now in the legislature, social media is a threat. And this is why I was censored already in Brazil. Now I'm indicted by Lula's federal police for using the House floor to denounce a federal police agent for behaving improperly or actually using false information in his reports. And this is actually a change in the political culture of a country that we've been seeing everywhere else, including here in the United States. We went from social media being very important for democracy. We have to remember 2008-9 when Obama was elected, and yes, we can, all this thing that left was right, very happy about social media in politics, to USAID now, and all the political interference around the world trying to censor political dissidents or the opposition on the right in many countries, including Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. And Stephen, you did a splendid job earlier today running the breakout session on stories of censorship and digital censorship from around the world. Can you tell us a little bit about what you learned during that session, and then also maybe given that we are in Washington, D.C. What's going on here?
Well, sure. So everyone in this room has probably heard in some way, shape, or form about the EU's Digital Services Act of 2022, which is just this update really to a 2000 e-commerce law in Europe that has been used to set up an infrastructure for penalizing, fining, and censoring all kinds of speech and activity online, basically just raising the cost of engagement for intermediaries, meaning the social media companies who are all coincidentally based in the US because of their large user bases, basically setting an international model because it is so aggressive for how censorship is going to be done and done in an orderly way. It is very much about protecting people from so-called harm, from protecting the nation state from breaks in social cohesion, anything that might be uncomfortable to people. And that is being modeled in other countries. South Korea, for example, the KFTC there, which is their trade commission, they've been putting together their own sort of package which would regulate internet providers and social media content in exactly the same way. There's a crossroads being met for the whole country between going the way of Europe or going the way of the United States, as most people think the US would view freedom of speech online. It has been a little bit of an aberration that over the past 4 years, under the Joe Biden administration, that the United States has really represented the European point of view, which is to protect people from all sorts of harms, real and perceived, disinformation, misinformation. And we're now suddenly going back, I think, in another direction. That's going to be good. There's a skepticism about the EU approach to censorship in the US right now. However, we frame censorship differently here. The European Union and the UK, they don't have the kinds of traditions that we have around free speech and a little bit of an absolutism that it is a God-given right that the government is meant to enshrine. So we do free speech violations by saying it's to protect the children. And that's how we've always done it. It's to protect the kids. We've had the Kids Online Safety Act sail through the House and the Senate, but not actually become law. We have now seen that morph into the Kids Off Social Media Act, which is now moving its way through the Senate. And the idea is not just to regulate content and algorithms, but to actually say no one can be on social media under the age of 13, and algorithms cannot be used in the experience if you are under the age of 17. Is that the age range? Which is remarkable, because that is basically saying that you're going to stop algorithms from being used on younger users to prevent bad experiences and having them go down bad wormholes on YouTube or wherever. But that also means you can't curate the good stuff either. Algorithms produce the good and the bad. Okay. And so we view it through the realm of always protecting children, and then it ends up being applied to everyone.
Right. And it's funny, there's some aspects of this debate that feel both new and old. I often reference the fight for free speech on campuses, college campuses, which was obviously a big deal here in the US, but also in a lot of other countries too, and how a big concern at the time among free speech advocates was the willingness to describe harmful speech or speech as harmful and so harmful that it shouldn't be said. Things shouldn't be said. And as a result, we've seen a lot of those college kids grow up with this harm-based mindset surrounding speech. And to some extent, that feels like a new thing that's come up. However, it's also true that governments have always tried to control the way that people share information, right? There's a reason the US has a First Amendment. It wouldn't bother if governments didn't have this natural inclination to control the sharing of information. So I think Brazil has been a real hotbed for a lot of this discussion. It's by no means, as Stephen highlights, the only place that is really doing this. But what exactly is Brazil doing from your perspective when it comes to trying to control speech online? What are the mechanisms they're using, and how are people getting around them?
Oh, everything you can imagine, I think, is being tried in Brazil at the moment. But the most important is the use of lawfare and the judiciary power to silence the opposition. If you look at the people who are being persecuted in Brazil by legal orders, they are 99% in the right, and there is only 1 or 2 cases of, either random people who are being censored who don't have really political opinions, but happen to have one tweet that was not nice to the censors, or a party called the Partido da Causa Operária, which is an extreme left labor party that also been censored on social media. Except for this 1%, the rest are all on the political right in Brazil, which definitely shows how it's targeted to a specific group. And what is worse in this case, in my opinion, is that the judiciary power is normally seen as a power that has it's more respectable than the others, right? Executive or the legislature, like Congress, it's always seen like, if you don't...
Non-political and...
Yeah, non-political and just, that's what you expect from justice, right?
Of course.
So this makes the situation even worse, because people look at it and say, okay, but if a judge order you to silence about something, he probably is right. But on the other hand, it's interesting to see how this very position of the judiciary in Brazil has corroded its respectability, should I say. We see that many people, not only on the right, but on the right for sure, but also on the left, don't trust judges in Brazil as they did in the past, especially justice from our Supreme Court.
Gotcha. And so when it comes to how we can stop this, right? Like how can we, there's a level that it almost feels inevitable, right? If governments are going to try and control the spread of information, the internet becomes the main way that information is shared, the government's going to try and control it. But what can be done? I think, Stephen, you've been working on obviously some stuff going on here in the US about trying to provide alternative remedies, alternative ways to answer the concerns of those that are, believing that maybe the government does need to get involved in speech here. But maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
This is really tough, because there is always going to be a demand amongst the people for certain levels of protections and to keep them safe during times of turmoil and technological change. We are often in this room, we are up against a lot of popular will sometimes. People are crying out for modes of censorship and protection, and we find ourselves going, no, please don't do that. And this is hard. But there are going to be, I think, generational changes that make what happens online and social media a lot easier for people to grapple with. On the one hand, it is true that young people today are coming up in a time period where they have been raised to be very sensitive to the idea of perceived harm and triggering and da-da-da-da. But this is also a core group of people who understand how to use the internet and how to use settings on your phone, how to adjust your experience on Facebook, or how to change your feeds and your algorithms and all that kind of stuff. And no offense to my parents' generation, but social media has been extra scary for them because they use it, but they feel a little bit alienated from the mechanics of it. They're not really sure how it works. It all sort of feels like a puppet master routine. And I think younger consumers understand a lot of how it works. When they become parents, I think that they're going to have a better sense of how to help their children through the process. And that might actually lead to a reduction in people going that we need government help, we need legislation to help moderate our kids' online experiences. And I also try to go out of the way to promote alternative technology. We have a pretty vibrant market in the United States for alternative smartphones. They're like the Bark phone, Pinwheel, Trumi phone. They're basically Android platform phones that have been nerfed and installed with software to let the parents be the censors. And that's kind of the better alternative, in my opinion. You got to give this back to the family and the household for them to deal with it as they see fit. That's a consumer education problem. People don't know that such programs exist, and so they go, I need government legislation in order to monitor my kids' activity on the iPhone. But they don't. And I think that it will just take time for people to learn about some of the alternative mechanisms that the market has already provided.
From a political standpoint or an activist standpoint, I would say also, I was kidding backstage with the panelists of the previous panel that I hate censors because they make me speak about things I would normally not speak about, like freedom of speech. So I think this is also an important message to you all. Like, when you get censored, you shouldn't be quiet or silence yourself. You have actually to defy and continue speaking, and speaking even more about what you've been censored, because this is really why freedom of speech is worth fighting for. I mean, you have to speak in favor of freedom of speech, even though you're being censored. I think this is very important, not to silence yourself, not to practice self-censorship.
Where do you think this goes next for Brazil? Do you feel like this is going to get a lot worse? Are there signs that things might get better?
I'm an optimist. Just now we saw that Alexandre de Moraes, the justice that has been leading in this censorship industrial complex in Brazil, as Michael Schellenberger puts it, he actually yesterday canceled some of his legal orders, actually many of them against people who were being censored. So I think there's a change right now, also with Trump here in the presidency and everything we've seen involving the USAID. I think that many people are being scared about, how far this can go and where it can reach. And also, specifically in Brazil, we're facing now a very bad economic situation. Lula da Silva has been spending so much in the last 2 years, and the only way to combat this has been like raising taxes, not cutting in other expenditures in the government, which will actually, I think, make many people who not necessarily interested in freedom of speech, but are interested in not being stolen, right, or having their purchase power lowered, to take to the streets again as they did in the past. So I'm optimistic. I think that in the next 1 to 2 years, we're going to see some change in Brazil, and we're actually trying to lead this somehow with other members in the opposition.
Yeah, and I'm somewhat optimistic as well. I mean, there is a political tide change here that we're actually seeing happen in real time, where people are speaking up more, and I think calling the bluff in many cases of would-be censors. What you might see over the next couple of years, if Meta sticks to their commitment to walk back a lot of the self-censorship they've been engaging in cooperation with the FBI and the US government. And obviously, I think X is going to stay the course with Elon Musk. And we're going to see, I think, other companies find their courage, which will lead to standoffs. It will lead to a situation where Brussels will actually have to either arrest another CEO or shut up. They're going to actually have to act on the things that they say. J.K. Rowling in Scotland stands out to me as one example where, everybody's kind of familiar with her stance that she's taken on the gender debate. And she called the bluff of the Scottish authorities, and they kind of stood down. They're like, we can't be seen to arrest J.K. Rowling, we'll just arrest the common people. But what if more people did this? Like, this is actually the thing that could fix all of this. It's just disobedience. And everybody, you can't arrest all of us.
Exactly. And it's interesting to know that we passed through this in history, like when Gutenberg invented the printed press. Yeah. Like after that, many books were printed, and after that, many books were prohibited and burned and so on. So we passed through this, we're passing again, and as it happened in the past, it will happen again. And this event, for instance, is a very good sign of it. We're being, you have a room here full of people, but we have thousands of people watching us online. So the message goes way further today than it went in the past.
Seriously. Thank you both for a great discussion. And just to quickly plug, the SFL or LibertyCon media team is out the back of this hall here. One of our goals today is to try and get some testimonials of people who feel like in their home country they have experienced or are seeing this kind of censorship going on, this growing policing of political speech and free speech online. So if you have a story that you'd like to tell, or even if you'd just like to give a plea, like stop censoring us, please, feel free to, and the media team's outside. And thank you for joining us today for this discussion.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys. You want to talk about freedom now, or you want to be free today? How many want to be free today? I don't see many hands, huh? Okay, I see some hands. This talk is about having you actually be free. Not just talk free, but be free. And it's very simple. American people have been duped to become slaves of the federal government through the IRS over 100 years. And this talk will be about how to make you legally and safely, and the whole American people, be income and payroll tax free. As amazing as it sounds, hang in there. I got only 4 minutes to give you the starting point of your personal journey to freedom. First, you're asking, who is this guy? I am Peyman Motahedeh. I'm an immigrant from Iran. Came here in 1977 at the age of 14. Landed the free home of the brave and found out it's not so free as advertised on television. So I became a freedom activist, libertarian in college, economics classes. Became a Libertarian Party activist and voter in '89. And then in '92, I heard about income tax being voluntary by law. Not philosophy, which I agreed with already, by law. I thought, well, if that's the case, why are people filing? I went to a seminar. I had to pay $40 up front to be proved. But she told me, if I don't prove it to you, I'll give your money back. I said, you're on, lady. I like that kind of a deal. I get to judge. You get to judge. And you'll get to judge when you come to Freedom Law School's exhibit booth out there, Restore Freedom. You can see it all there for you and on our website, freedomlawschool.org, for free. You will see the law as published on U.S. government's official legal website. Not my opinion, not some cockamamie theory about UCC, state citizen, U.S. national revocation of election, common law, sovereignty, all kind of stuff, BS out there. That's all BS. I started with BS back in 1992, but I graduated to the real law by some good, freedom-loving Americans who taught me the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the system of laws. That's what I'll show you. Laws as passed by Congress on their website, U.S. Treasury regulations, the IRS's website, and the U.S. Supreme Court. So that's all there at freedomlawschool.org. Write it down. I was going to forget. You will not see me again until 5 years from now at another Liberty event. freedomlawschool.org. Second thing you'll find out is that when you sign a 1040 form, that's what gives all the power to the IRS to audit, rape you, take your money, put you in prison. Under oath, you sign those forms. Stop filling out those forms. No more 1040 forms. April 15th, you do nothing except enjoy your life. You can stop the automatic so-called withholding of income tax from your paycheck legally and safely by going to our website, freedomlawschool.org. Stop them stealing your money from your paycheck now and don't file. If you're a business owner, double thing on you because there's no withholding on you. Why are you sending the money to the IRS? Oh, because my CPA tax attorney expert told me. He does not know the law, okay? IRS is falling apart just like in the Soviet Union. Communism was strong from 1917 on to 1960s for over 50 years, but to the surprise of everybody my age, it collapsed in 1991. Same thing is going on with the IRS. So don't listen to those guys over 50 here to tell you, oh, that stuff doesn't work. If you do that, you're going to go to jail. I've seen those guys went to jail back in the 80s and 90s and 2000 years. That's past. I've taught American people like you not to file and pay income tax legally and safely like me for over 30 plus years. Yeah. I've been under criminal and other investigations by the IRS constantly, including right now. Never been to tax prison. What does that tell you? Logically, factually. You've been lied to be scared, right? If I can do it for over 30 years, you'd be fine. There's 80 million non-filers according to the government's own numbers. So with that, remember, if you want to be free, freedomlawschool.org. Go there, call us. We actually answer your phone calls and educate you. The key to freedom is not in my hands. I'll put it on freedomlawschool.org. It's in your hands to do your homework, and it's so easy to do. Watch our videos, listen to them as you drive, and you'll be free, no more slave, in this free country the Founding Fathers gave us. Thank you for listening.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
All right. We have a couple of very inspirational speakers coming up right now. So we have John Mackey. He is a philanthropist, author, and entrepreneur. So he co-founded Whole Foods. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it. Back then it was called Saferway in 1978. He was its first CEO up until 2022. Mackey's a free market libertarian, but that didn't stop him from being extremely generous back then. So in 2006, he reduced his own salary to $1 per year, donated his stock portfolio to charity, and set an emergency fund for his employees. In 2022, he co-founded a new health and wellness company called Love Life. He also recently authored The Whole Story, where he recounts the story and capitalistic ingenuity behind his creation of the Whole Foods brand. As someone who's been connected to SFL since 2017, I'm also very personally honored to introduce our next speaker. So once a local coordinator himself, he has a PhD in political economy from King's College. He's endlessly intense, passionate for liberty and classical liberalism, and is always ready to push you to do better. Please give a warm round of applause to SFL CEO, Dr. Wolfgang Lahr, as well as from Whole Foods, John Mackey.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, I'm endlessly intense. So make sure if your friends are not here, get them in here in the room, because we need them all, because we will have a fascinating and interesting conversation here today with none other than John Mackey, who is, of course, the entrepreneur and the visionary behind Whole Foods. Not so much a philanthropist because he's on my board, so please don't ask him for money because I'm doing that. And now he has also started a new entrepreneurial journey because after 44 years as in the CEO position, you thought like, hey, why not another entrepreneurial journal? So definitely check out Love Life as well. And there will be also book signing afterwards, right outside here. And I would really encourage you to get the book, because many business books that you're reading, like they're interesting, they have an interesting story, but really your story moved. And it gave me a bunch of different ideas how I can lead better and more differently and hopefully less intensely. And some of the stories are really interesting, really humane. So you started off with like one store just in Austin, and that store very early on, like you grew it to like a larger store, there was like a flooding. And nearly all the inventory was lost, like you were wading through like the dirty water to try to like get the water before people were looting. But suddenly like other people came in there and were helping out, customers and other stakeholders, and you also had to make many other difficult decisions. You described like how there were some coup attempts, unsuccessful ones on your position. You also had to have a tough conversation with your father, basically removing him from the board. And so often people don't see some of these very difficult decisions that entrepreneurs have to make. So tell us, like, what are some of the lessons that you've learned about from that specifically, and also about capitalism specifically?
Well, the whole book is that you have to read the book. I mean, it's the whole story. I have all the lessons in there, all the mistakes. Not all of them, actually, because it'd be, you know, it was 403 pages, and it was 500 when we finished it, and then they started chopping it down. The publishers cut. So there should be a director's cut that should come out. You know, actually, one of the things I didn't really tell in that story is starting the business is when I became a libertarian, because I was just passionate about healthy eating, but I had been in the co-op movement. I had been a supporter of co-ops, food for people, not for profit. Like many young people today and young people back then, I was indoctrinated into the belief capitalism was bad and evil and socialism was good. It was more, you know, humane. And this was back, when I started the business, was back when Star Wars was really, the first Star Wars had come out, and I think the Empire Strikes Back had just come out, and I got nicknamed in Austin as Darth Vader because I'd left the light to the darkness of capitalism. And actually, of course, I didn't see it that way. I thought I was doing good. I was creating all these value for people, but now I was a greedy and selfish business guy. So that's when I first began to rethink my political and economic philosophies, and then I began to read pretty much everything I could get on libertarian ideas. I remember Milton Friedman and Friedrich Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, Henry Hazlitt. They all had a huge influence on me. I think at one time I'd read just about every book in the laissez-faire book catalog. That's how. No Amazon, no digital books back then. So that's when I became a libertarian as a result of business, not the other way around. And then, of course, that did influence the way I thought about business, because I could see capitalism as this force for good in the world. And I speak very passionately about that in the book, and I do talks on conscious capitalism. I just think capitalism is the greatest thing humanity's ever created. It is, as Deidre McCloskey says, it's resulted in the great enrichment. There's so much progress. It's liberty and capitalism and economic freedom. These things go together. And it's amazing to me that so many people hate capitalism when it's done so much good in the world.
So that shows an incredible resilience. And you sometimes self-describe yourself as a hippie. A lot of the early clientele were hippies, and I would probably say that, especially early on, I can imagine that a lot of people were drawn to the store who probably would not describe themselves as capitalists. I think that would have been a stretch. And so I want to ask you, because like young people specifically in the audience, like how do you deal with like a lot of resistance that you probably had towards your ideas and who you are as a person, as a capitalist, an outspoken capitalist, when you're leading such an organization? Because students on campus have the same issue. Because sometimes when they're speaking out for Mises, Hayek, or like just free markets, they're getting shut down by their professors. They're getting shut down by their peers. How were you able to be steadfast in those situations?
I've just always been, I've been a rule breaker my entire life. And, I think one of the reasons I was drawn to libertarianism is I like, people, anything that's peaceful. So just do what I want to do. I don't care what the other people thought, really. I mean, if I wasn't harming anyone, it wasn't any of their business. And so I was able to you make new friends. The people thought I was Darth Vader. We stopped being friends, and I made other friends. So I think it's very important. I always teach young people to follow their hearts. Where your passion is, that's the direction you should go. That will lead to the greatest life fulfillment. Most people play it way too safe in life. And I just think life is this grand adventure. And each person is called to a hero's journey, to make your life into a journey of adventure and doing good things in the world. And most people, so many people don't do that because they're just afraid. But I mean, the reality of death is there, so you should just go for it. You're going to always regret it if you don't do what you're most passionate about. You'll always wonder, what would it have been like if I had done that? Don't get to the end of your life and it's like, wow, I should have done what I really wanted to do. And so early on, I got clear about that, and I just went after it. And it worked. What can I say? It worked out really good for me.
Yeah, I mean, that is such an important lesson, to be unapologetically yourself. And I think this is such a difficult thing to do, specifically also in business, because on the one hand, you have to make like hard-nosed business decisions and like sometimes let people go or do something else that's really dangerous or, risky to do, or not everybody has your support. But on the other hand, you always had your North Star as well that you're describing in the book too, trying to find like the solution that's not only win-win-win, but also it comes from a place of love, which some people would describe as a hippie thing. But if you really read the book, it's true, because like at the end of the day, capitalists care about people. You care about your customers. You need to care about, your suppliers and so forth. Maybe tell us a little bit about like how the North Star of love has really influenced you as a businessman, because it's not really something that we typically associate with capitalism.
Well, I think it's unfair. I mean, I think you sort of touched on it. Business is the greatest value creator in the world. Business creates far more value collectively than all the nonprofits and all the governments combined.
Besides Students for Liberty.
Including Students for Liberty. I mean, where do you get all your money from? I mean, you're getting it from business. Let's be clear about that, one way or another. So business has to create value for its customers, or it won't succeed. And so it also has to create value for its employees, or they won't work there. It has to create value for its suppliers, or they won't trade with it. If it doesn't create value for its investors, it won't be able to get capital. Business is, in a sense, creating value for all of these different stakeholders. And you're going to do a better job of that if you care about the stakeholders, you have empathy, you have care, and dare I say that you have love. I mean, I think love, it hides out in the corporate closet, and it's the most. Why should you go to work and check your love at the door when you come in? It's stupid. It's checking what makes life worthwhile. So I don't think it's just hippies that love people. I think one of the things we do at Whole Foods, and still do as far as I know, even though I retired 2.5 years ago, is we end all our meetings with appreciations. I just think that's very powerful, because appreciations, you cannot do an authentic appreciation without opening your heart. And when you open your heart, that's when love is able to be expressed. So like, I'll give you a demonstration. Wolf, I just want you to know how much I appreciate how hard you work for Students for Liberty. I know you're working hard all the time. You're always seeking to push our mission forward. What you are apologizing for your intensity, but I actually admire that about you. I'm a pretty intense guy myself, so I don't judge you for your intensity. I think that passion comes forth in everything that you're doing, and I admire you for that. And I think you go for it. You don't mess around. You're just going for it, and I just think you're doing a really wonderful job, and I'm glad to be associated with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So it's very hard when you appreciate somebody, it's very hard for them to continue to dislike you. They may be judging you, and then they start to rethink it. It's like, wow, I didn't know he felt that way about me. So the appreciations kind of bring a team together. And the last domino to fall at Whole Foods Market was when I got the board of directors to start doing appreciations. I haven't gotten Students for Liberty there yet, but it's very powerful. And once we started doing appreciations, no one ever quit our board. No one ever voluntarily left because they enjoyed being on the board so much. So anyway, appreciations are powerful.
Thank you so very much. And that's the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why you have notes, because sometimes you get lost because John Mackey is so full of love that you get swept away. But on the other flip side, even though love this is very important and you have that as your North Star, you had to make sometimes tough decisions.
Sure.
And you had people that used to be your friends, you played board games with them, you did sports with them, that were undermining you and were trying to get even rid of you at some point. And that, I think, is an important lesson that I think everybody that wants to aspire to anything in life will have to at some point face like some sort of, opposition like that. How would you, I don't know, do you also approach it with love, or how have you been able to deal with that? Because it must have been very emotionally challenging at times.
Well, you can still, even if you have to make a difficult decision, that doesn't mean you can't make the difficult decision with love. It doesn't mean you can't care about the person. It doesn't mean you have to dislike somebody or hate them. You're making decisions for the good of the whole organization. And that means occasionally the business has outgrown somebody, it's no longer a good fit for them, and they need to be moving on and do something else. But it doesn't mean you don't care about them. It doesn't mean you don't value them as a human being. It doesn't mean that you can't treat them with dignity and respect. And oftentimes people leave the company and they're grateful for it afterwards because then they find another place that was a better fit for them. So I think it's all about the attitude that you bring into those interactions. And as far as the people that, the Kruse, and all, I've made up with all those people. They're all my friends again.
All of them?
Sure.
Oh, wow. That's very interesting. I didn't know of that.
Forgiveness is one of the keys to happiness in life. Don't hold on to grudges. You're just holding on to a poison. Let it go. Forgive. Move on. Now, I say we're friends. That doesn't mean I trust them as fully as I once did. But I watch my back. But that doesn't mean I don't care for them. I still do.
It's very insightful, and it's in many ways biblical. I know that you're not specifically influenced by that necessarily, but that you're also a person that seeks spiritual insights. And I think your book starts off with you having an intense LSD trip that actually brought you onto the direction towards Whole Foods markets. So tell us a little bit more about maybe that instance and also how spirituality generally has influenced you as a businessman, because you always made the connection that spirituality fed back into how you led Whole Foods and now Love Life.
Yeah, it's true. The whole story, the memoir, is also a recounting of my own spiritual journey and my own spiritual evolution. And I think the spiritual truths, they're within our being. There's interior state. There's not found out there. It's found in here. There's as much depth and complexity in here, I would argue perhaps even more, in interior of our beings than there is in the external universe. And so you'll find your spiritual truth if you want to find it, but you'll find it within. You won't find it in reading a text or trying to find it outside. It's an interior experience. And you can do that through meditation, through breath work, through interior work of a variety of different kinds, including psychedelics, can help give you some spiritual insights and depth. And I do talk about that in some detail, as you know, in the book. I'm not sure what else to say about that in the time we have.
Do you have like one specific example that comes to mind where you did like a spiritual journey of some sort, psychedelic or not, doesn't really matter, that has made that changed your perspective on business or that influenced the business decision?
Yes, absolutely. I saw pretty early on that love was the most important thing in life. Think about it. When you get to your deathbed, you're not going to be wondering or asking the question, God, I wish I'd worked harder. Wish I'd made more money. No, you'll be thinking about your relationships. You'll be thinking about, I wish I'd told my mother how I really felt before she passed on, or I can't believe I said that. And the regrets will be the relationships that you did not heal, that you did not, that you still have anger, or you still feel guilty about, or something's bothering you about that. So that tells us what's most important. It's the relationships. It's about love. And if you can figure that out when you're young, then you're going to have a much happier life, because there really is nothing more important in life than love. Connecting, loving, caring, forgiving. That's really what makes life worth living.
Well said. And maybe now it's time for me to return the appreciation, John, because I think it's such a unique perspective. And often us pro-liberty advocates, classical liberals, libertarians, whatever we want to call ourselves, are being targeted as being heartless or just focusing on the homo economicus and maximizing, whatever function as an economist we want to maximize. But you're bringing such a unique thing to this discussion and to society and capitalism in general. And I think that is a huge contribution that often, like all of the theoretical text of people that you and I admire, like Mises and Hayek, ignore. Because at the end of the day, it's not really important that we have the choice of like 500 toothpaste in a supermarket, but it's important about like the life that we live and if it's meaningful and the relationships that we have. So that's a very unique perspective, and I don't think that the audience has heard that from many other business leaders. So thank you.
You'll remember in my book, one of the early chapters, one of my co-founders nicknamed me Wacky Mackey, because he thought I was nuts, talking about love and talking about making Whole Foods the best company to work for in America. And he ended up leaving, and I tried to heal that relationship, but he sold all the stock. It was the biggest mistake of his life, and he never forgave me, but I forgave him. So, people have different perspectives, and I just think you have to, everybody's on their own journey. You have to find what works best for you, what makes you happy, what fulfills you. You share that with other people to the degree people are willing to listen, but I don't worry about if other people agree with me or not, because, people disagree with each other all the time. It's no big deal.
Right.
Human condition.
So now we have spoken to like the more softer side of our ideas and capitalism. So let's make sure that also the people that are not on that journey yet and want to focus more on the hard theories and the capitalist approach. Tell us a little bit more about like how thinkers like Hayek and Mises and Friedman have not only influenced like how you see the world, which is very clear, but how they also influence your decision-making within business. Like what are some of the strategies that you have drawn from these thinkers?
I think maybe the one that they all had a big impact on me, but I think Hayek may have had the biggest impact because of the idea that knowledge is always decentralized, and that's why socialism ultimately cannot work. Planners cannot plan it out, it's too complex. Well, business itself is very complex. And I always set up decentralization as I always wanted to have innovation. And when you empower, if you decentralize and empower, you're going to get more innovation and more creativity. You get more mistakes. And some people just cannot tolerate the mistakes. They want everything to be very efficient all the time. But that's a huge trade-off you make. It's better to be a little bit messy. So if you study the theory of Hayek's work on spontaneous order, sort of the emergent reality, I think business is that way. I think creativity emerges, and oftentimes it's distributed. The knowledge is distributed, and so you need to do everything you can to unleash that creativity and innovation of people on your team and not try to overly control it. I think Hayek had a huge impact on me in that regard. And I really think that, Hayek and von Mises pretty much just prove socialism cannot ever work. And yet, here we are, we keep trying it. It's failed 40 times. 40 times it's been tried in the last 100 years, and there's 40 failures with hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of lives. What? Counting China, billions of lives that were harmed. And yet, the young generation thinks it just hasn't been done right yet. If we just get the right people, then we'll do it right this time. And I see it, I talk to them. They really think they can do it right. It's just, we always have these bad people doing it. If we get the good people, it'll be different this time. What do they say, the 4 most expensive words in the English language? This time it's different. Yeah, I think that's true.
The world definitely will be different with great leaders like you. Thank you so much for producing value for millions and billions of people in the United States, around the world, and making America a healthier place, and for everything that you do for the ideas of liberty. Ladies and gentlemen, John Mackey.
Thank you.
Hello. They tell me I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to talk fast. When you look at the world today, when you look at a looting class that has risen to the highest ranks and many of the unelected ranks of our government, when you look at entire industries where the worst have risen to the top, not on the basis of their ability to serve their fellow man in the marketplace by adding value, but through graft and connections to the political class and those in power, do you ever find yourself asking, does it seem like we're living in an Ayn Rand novel? Does it seem like the headlines in the newspapers today could be ripped out of the pages of Atlas Shrugged? And if you find yourself asking that question, like I do sometimes, then the next question I think is, what's missing from this picture? Where is Galt's Gulch? That's the question I ask. And it's not in Colorado, despite what Ayn Rand wrote. I'm here to tell you today that it is in another state entirely, the live free or die state of New Hampshire. My name is Eric Brakey. I'm the executive director of the Free State Project, an organization that has existed for 22 years now, a mass migration movement of libertarians from all around the liberty diaspora, all around the world and the country to concentrate in one place and build a free society in what we call our Granite Gulch of New Hampshire. The premise is this. Libertarians, while this country was founded on the ideas of liberty like we might see in our Declaration of Independence, so much of the American public has lost sight of that. And now, as libertarians, we're lucky if we are 5% of the populace wherever we are, not a big enough percentage to have real, tangible, measurable impacts on the politics and the culture around us. But what happens if you take from the millions of libertarians in this country, you were to get even 20,000 to relocate and move and concentrate in a small state with a strong libertarian ethic already in place? That is what the Free State Project asked 22 years ago, and since then, thousands and upon thousands of libertarians have made the move to New Hampshire. The results have been very tangible. Today, libertarians control a quarter of the state legislature. They are the largest ideological faction within the majority Republican caucus in the legislature. We have strong libertarian communities with liberty events taking place nearly every single day in the Free State, and perhaps you may have even come to some of them, like our most famous, like the Porcupine Freedom Festival, also known as Pork Fest, taking place every summer, including will be taking place this June. I'm here today to tell you we have a great opportunity in New Hampshire to build a free society that can be a model and a blueprint for the rest of the world. When we concentrate in a small state, when we elect liberty legislators who can take ideas that have only ever existed in the white papers of libertarians, like Milton Friedman's ideas on school choice, we can suddenly take those, put those into practice, demonstrate for the rest of the world that these ideas work, and have a proof of concept that we can export all around the country and the world. That's what we are building in New Hampshire. And not just can we achieve liberty within our own state, not just can we abolish forms of taxation and expand school choice, we can even from our state legislatures, we can challenge the very military-industrial complex that has launched our nation into war after war for decades now without even a single congressional declaration, like so many states, with New Hampshire leading the way, are doing with Defend the Guard legislation, saying that our troops, our National Guard troops, will come home from wars that have not been declared by Congress, and if Congress wants our soldiers to go off into wars, then they should vote on it. These are the things we can do when we have a concentration of libertarians in a single small state. We can fight back, we can advance liberty. And so with 5 minutes goes by very quick. So with the 20 seconds I have left, I want to say, come check out the Free State Project booth in the exhibit hall. We have the New Hampshire Liberty Forum coming up in April, the Porcupine Freedom Festival coming up in June. Come taste the revolution, what's being built in New Hampshire. And if you come to our table, we'll give you 10% off of tickets for those events. And boy, that time is over. So thank you. The revolution continues. Glad to see you all. Have a wonderful rest of your conference.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esther Key, and I'm a local coordinator for SFL and a sophomore studying political science and geographical information systems at the George Washington University. Thank you guys all so much for coming today. And if you've ever fallen into the black hole of TikTok's For You page or Instagram Reels, you know how fast trends come and go. 1 minute it's all about Stanley Cups, and the next it's about videos of AI animals singing and dancing. And while most of us are barely trying to keep up, some people have managed to master this art of online communication. And one of those people is Charles Ferrara. Charles is a YouTuber, TikToker, and entrepreneur who's amassed 2.5 billion views making viral short-form content. And he is also the founder of Stop Scrolling Media and co-founder of BeingLibertarian.com and its social media platform, which now has 1.5 million followers. So please join me in welcoming Charles to the stage.
All right, well, first up, thank you everybody for having me. This is kind of a cool moment because 13 years ago was the first time I ever attended, at the time it was called International Students for Liberty, now it's LibertyCon. And I was 17 years old at the time. It was the first trip I ever took in my life without any adult supervision. I took a train ride to DC from New York with my friend Rob Gray and learned a lot of lessons on that trip. The first is, don't allow random acquaintances you know on Facebook to share a hotel room with you, especially without paying. The second was, do not eat New England clam chowder on a train ride to DC from New York. But the third was also, always have a voice, always care about your voice, and listen to other people's voices, especially when you attend events like this. And looking at myself now at age 30 and thinking about myself at age 17, not a lot of things have changed with my voice and what I believe in. You know, when I came to this, when I was 17 years old, I believed in being anti-war. And, you know, at the time it was the idea the US military shouldn't intervene in other countries. We were talking about Iraq then. Today we're talking about Greenland, for some reason. I also believed in the idea was your body, your choice for what you consume and what you put into your body and also what you do in it. And that means Sam Alito and Clarence Thomas do not have a right to your bedroom. And then also I believed one idea I think that is popular here is that capitalism is the greatest economic system in the world and socialism is the destroyer of economies. Take that, Bernie Sanders. But what I want to think is, you know, one big thing is looking at myself back then and now, a lot more people hear my voice every single day because I've had the honor through TikTok and YouTube to reach 1 million people every single day for the last 4 years through videos, through polls, through articles, and it's been one of the coolest experiences of my life. So I just want to share some information on how do you actually grow on social media? How do you go more viral? So I just prepared some notes on that, and I want to say, first off, what doesn't work to grow on social media, what will not progress your audience, and just some lessons for everybody. And the first I want to talk about is hashtags. So that, there's always these people who come up to me on social media and they say, how do you grow? How do you get bigger? And the first thing I'll always say, they'll always ask me is like, what hashtag should I use? What combination of hashtags? And there's a lot of people who try to approach social media with that idea and they think it's like a magic formula. It doesn't work. It's kind of a time waster. There's only one thing about hashtags, and it's kind of a score tracker. So if there's a topic such as Russia and it's about the Ukrainian invasion or something like that, if you have a video or article that does it, you might be #1 in that, but there's nothing that actually matters to the formula. And then the second piece of advice I want to offer for social media is do not spend any money on your first video. Don't spend $1 on it, because when people come to me and they look for social media advice, there's always like this conversation of, I want to grow on social media, but I'm waiting until I can buy a big camera that costs $2,000. I'm waiting until I buy the new MacBook. I'm waiting to get a $500 piece of equipment or editing software or hire an editor. And just for the record, with the type of content I become known for, it's all made on this. It's all made on a phone. I use the TikTok editing system. It cost $0. It has always cost me $0. And with that, I've been able to have 2.5 billion views just on the cost of electricity going to a phone and Wi-Fi. So it's this weird thing where people they always want to invest money, and there's this reality that I'll just tell people: your first video is going to fail. My first video on TikTok ever got 51 likes, and at the time I looked at it like it was during the pandemic. I was living with my family, and I looked at my brother. I'm like, holy, it got 50 likes. This is going to work, and it was a celebration. And then there were things that got 1,000 likes, 10,000. 100,000, and eventually I think on TikTok my most liked one now is 2.5 million and 15 million views on one video. And from the perspective of just how to handle this, the first 50 or 60 videos I didn't really do that well. I think the most viewed was perhaps 20,000. So for the conversation on social media and how to address this, it's run with the expectation that your first 50 to 100 videos are going to bomb. Don't invest much, if any, money into it, and focus on simplicity. And then another thing also that just people need to realize is never delete a video, never take down any content, because one of the most common things I see is people get really depressed and really frustrated when they start out, and they'll see something get 10 likes, 5 likes, 0 likes, and they'll just take down their content. So a good story is with YouTube. When I first started there, I was getting very frustrated because I started on TikTok a year previously. The TikTok videos were killing it, 1 million views a day, 2 million views a day. But then YouTube had a little bit of a different algorithm. It took longer to get going. And from the point of view of doing TikTok to YouTube, there wasn't that auto success. So I started taking down videos. I felt burnt out about it. And then one day I got a little bit more serious and consistent on posting. So I did one, there's one video as an example, which was one of my first ones on YouTube. It got 1,200 views in 30 days. And then 2 months later, I start picking up, the views get more consistent on YouTube. And then 6 months after that, that video that got 1,200 views in 30 days blew up and got 5 million views in a period of 3 weeks. So one mistake a lot of people are making on social media is they do not realize that the videos they post can grow at a later date on TikTok, on YouTube, on Snapchat, on Instagram, and they can get big as your following expands down the road. And also for the people who get nervous, for the people who get ashamed of it, even if the video never grows, it's kind of a cool thing to look back on. Like the failure is kind of cool. So that's kind of the attitude I'd run on for advice of do nots. But then there's what works. And I don't have the bigger image right here, but this is what I'd actually, put people on the attitude of how they should act and how they should view themselves to grow on social media. And that's this animal right here. You're probably looking at the shark, but I want you to look right here on the thing that is not the shark, it's the remora. And the remora is the fish that follows a shark and attaches themselves to something bigger and then gets a ride off of the shark. So with social media, the best way to grow with any brand or any idea is attach themselves to something bigger or something trending and put their own spin on it. And there's no greater example, and in fact this person's a better example than me. It's this guy right here named Binging with Bobbish, who's the biggest YouTuber for food. So what he focuses on is making videos about recipes for items that you see in movies and TV shows and video games. And one video he went viral on was he made a Krabby Patty from SpongeBob. And all it was a video of making a cheeseburger. It looks like a good cheeseburger, but it's just a cheeseburger. And reality is, if this was called How to Make a Cheeseburger, it would have 2,400 views. It was called How to Make a Krabby Patty, and it has 24 million. And that guy has gotten over 2 billion views in long-form content and has become a multi-millionaire making content because he really does follow the remora effect, which is absolutely insane. And the second piece of advice I'd always give is be more educational. When you think of TikTok, you think Charlie D'Amelio, you think Kabi Lam. people who got in very early on doing the silly videos, the dance videos, but there's been this massive rise on YouTube, on TikTok, everywhere, of people who are being educational. Another food YouTuber I can give, because I do watch a lot of cooking videos, is Adam Ragusa, who started off doing these recipe videos about pizza, but then he did videos about the science of chocolates, the science of the refrigerators, and he's built a following of over 2.5 million people just being smarter and more educational. So there really is, just kind of this thing where people think the internet is silly, but it's becoming a smarter and smarter place gradually. And then the final thing is for advice, because we're running on like short time, it's be longer. For a while I was doing 1-minute videos and I thought that was the path, especially on TikTok. I recently began doing consistently more 5-minute videos, and they're killing it on TikTok. 1 in every 5 is currently breaking 1 million views. And then there's also all these videos right now going on where there was a 4-hour video about how Disney screwed up a Star Wars ride, and it got 10 million views in a period of 8 days. So the internet is not just a short form place, and it's definitely growing. But then the final thing is, because we're running on a 30-second thing, I would just like to say that in the year 2050, there'll be 10 billion people. 100% of them will have internet. And at the same time, for the cost of electricity going to a phone, a simple video, you will be able to reach the entire world, which is more power than ever been done before. So don't be a troll, be something useful online, and be positive on the internet. And with that, I'm Charles Perrault. Subscribe to learn something. 10 minutes up. Peace out. Oh, and once again, Bernie Sanders is a knucklehead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Sertic. I'm president of the Advocates for Self-Government. Very quickly, thank you. How many people have taken the world's smallest political quiz? And how many of you were able to get a free drink the other night by taking the quiz? All right, awesome. Good to see. And how many people discovered that they weren't libertarian? No, just kidding, just kidding. I'd like to invite you all to travel back in time with me. Feel free to jump into your time machine. We're going to take a trip back to 1971. In 1971, David Nolan feels politically homeless. He doesn't fit in. He has good reason to feel this way. Nolan belonged to a group called Young Americans for Freedom. That's YAF, or YAF for short. YAF is a politically conservative organization in the United States. They support candidates in the Republican Party, including then-President Richard Nixon. Slide next. Sorry, I think we lost the clicker. Is this it? There we go. Some members of YAF, like David, prioritize their small government principles, but the dominant faction prioritizes loyalty to Nixon. At that time, the Vietnam War is in full swing. Support for that war becomes a litmus test, and most of David's libertarian friends are driven out of YAF. David Nolan hates this division. He believes it's counterproductive and unnecessary. He tries to stick around and continues to sell libertarian values to his fellow YAFers. But things only get worse. Now, David Nolan didn't set out to build a recruitment tool, but what he did became that. He also didn't set out to start a movement, but he did that too. And it might even be the reason why some of you are sitting here today. At first, his goals were much more modest. By 1971, David craves two things. One is to be understood. And he wants conservatives and libertarians to work together while respecting one another's differences. Maybe you can relate. Perhaps you've tried to explain your liberty values to family, friends, and other people that you meet, yet they don't really understand what you're talking about. David Nolan was a political science major, but he was also a graduate of MIT, one of the country's preeminent engineering schools. He discovered an innovative way to express himself, and not surprisingly, his approach featured mathematical precision. Even better, it could be presented in the form of a picture. David invented the Nolan chart. Some people now call it a political compass. What he did was show that libertarianism was related to, yet distinct from conservatism. The Nolan chart essentially works like this. At the time, and in many ways right up to the present day, most people think of politics in one dimension. Even the so-called experts still say that politics is a left-to-right continuum. Socialists and liberals are on the political left. Capitalists, traditionalists, and the far right are on the political right. But Nolan understood that this view was incomplete. It left out a key dimension. It left out me, and it probably leaves out most of you. In other words, it leaves out libertarians. Nolan was accused of being liberal, and it wasn't entirely far from the truth. Liberals at the time were more likely to oppose the Vietnam War. They were more likely to oppose the military draft. For David and his libertarian friends, the draft raised a fundamental existential question. Who owns your body? If you say, I own my body and you own your body, then that's the liberty view. The liberty view is inconsistent with being drafted, flown to a far-off place to risk life and limb, being compelled to point a gun at other people that have never done anything to you. So yeah, David was a liberal because he was saying no government, no other person could own the body of another. David couldn't really be a member of the political left, though, because their defense of individual liberty was limited only to some matters of bodily autonomy. They were inconsistent. They didn't have the same level of respect for property rights. You see, David was also a capitalist. Politically speaking, he believed in free markets, minimal regulation, sound money. Conservatives professed these things. David was convinced that they meant it. And because these things mattered to him, he thought to himself, if only I could help my conservative friends see how to be consistent defenders of liberty. Even though his libertarian friends had been driven out of YAF, David stuck around trying to help conservatives find their consistency. David believed he could use the two-dimensional model to explain who he was, who his libertarian friends were. He wrote an article about this and got it published. And it explained his discovery of these two political dimensions. He showed how it formed a graph. The graph had two axes. On the right axis, one could measure support for economic liberty. The higher the person was on the right axis, the more conservative they were. On the left axis, one could score their endorsement of social or personal liberties. The higher they were on the left axis, the more liberal they were. Nolan posited that a series of questions divided evenly between economic liberty and social bodily liberties could be used to register the score on each axis. However, the novel most interesting part was how he added in the second dimension. Once you plotted each axis, you could draw straight lines from each point and plot a final score on the chart. This not only demonstrated that some people are centrist, but it also showed how some people were authoritarian, and yes, how many people were also libertarian. The libertarians got into the top quadrant on the graph because they scored high on both axes. And this is a rendering of David Nolan's original conception of the chart. But again, it's 1971. It was too late to salvage the relationships at YAF, and things became increasingly untenable between the libertarians and the conservatives. As if the Vietnam War wasn't bad enough, Richard Nixon decided to close the gold window, effectively untethering the dollar from any real foundation. In the same speech, Nixon announced various wage and price controls, a move that was unconstitutional in peacetime. Nolan gathered his libertarian friends, and as 1971 came to a close, he created the U.S. Libertarian Party. Now, I know that it's become trendy to be critical of the Libertarian Party, and I think maybe it's even understandable. But my organization, the Advocates for Self-Government, conducted a survey of U.S. libertarians in 2021. And here's what we found. The #1 pathway into the libertarian movement was a presidential campaign. That could, of course, have been one of Ron Paul's 2 big campaigns in 2008 or 2012. It could also have been a libertarian campaign such as Ed Clark, Harry Brown, or Gary Johnson. The party also directly spawned Cato, which led to the Independent Institute and eventually to a worldwide think tank movement. In our 2021 survey, many people also reported their entry point as taking the world's smallest political quiz, featured at theadvocates.org/quiz. Throughout the 1970s, David's friends and his Libertarian Party associates made their own quizzes. They created their own questions, and they plotted the results on David Nolan's chart. The time for explaining himself to yaffers who didn't want to hear him was over. Now it was time to introduce people to a new party and a new movement called Libertarian. And this quiz in the Nolan chart became a discovery and recruitment tool. I've come full circle. Like David Nolan, my libertarian story starts in college. Like so many others, I came into the movement because of a presidential campaign. For me, it was Ron Paul's in 2008. But then, like David, I really wanted to do something about it. I wanted to tell other people about this concept of liberty. But what was I going to do? The first activist I spoke to was then chairman of Advocates for Self-Government. In fact, he's here at this conference, Dr. Jim Lark. He told me about a new group called Students for Liberty. I started a campus chapter of Students for Liberty at Sac State, CSU Sacramento. SFL gave me tools and training to help me build that group. But they directed me to one specific tool, the Advocates Quiz, what we call the world's smallest political quiz. Oh, by the way, this is the results from our Pathways report. We do have copies of that report at our exhibit booth, so feel free to stop by after later on. And there's me, about 15 years ago on campus. And so David has been gone for nearly 15 years now. But really, it's hard to imagine a libertarian movement without David Nolan. As you've now learned, we at the Advocates didn't invent the quiz, but it was very much inspired by the work of David Nolan, Marshall Fritz, and many, many other people who were involved over the years of testing and handing out and being activists in towns and cities and at events and fairs all across the country. Since then, over those decades, more than 26 million people have taken the world's smallest political quiz in one variation or another. And that's pretty impressive. And on top of that, something wonderful happened right here earlier today. We had a number of attendees at our breakout session from other parts of the world who joined us to learn more about how they can modify and adapt the quiz for use in their countries. So I believe that each one of us can be a David Nolan in the future. So we at the Advocates developed an app in anticipation of LibertyCon. The great people who participated in the breakout session tested out and created new versions of the quiz and translated it in their respective country's language. They also made sure that it was relevant and applicable to the political climate in their country. What we want to do at the Advocates is globalize the world's smallest political quiz. Coming out of this event, we'll be seeking ways to polish and publish new outside the US versions of the quiz. And who knows, as a result of your participation, Maybe you'll be able to impact your nation in the way that David Nolan has impacted each one of us. Before I close, I want to share one more thing with you. The U.S. still isn't the libertarian haven that we seek. I think it's got a long way to go, and there's a lot more work to be done. We must find millions more libertarians. We must help them feel like they aren't alone, like I did when I first saw Ron Paul speak, not knowing anyone else who identified as a libertarian. What was I going to do? Thankfully, I had the courage to reach out and find some help, and somebody else reached back out and showed me the way. I think one of the joys that I get at working for the Advocates for Self-Government is I get that opportunity on a regular basis, and it's part of the reason why I love coming to places like LibertyCon. So, we must persuade as many people as possible to understand, appreciate, and advocate for libertarian values. In order to do this, we're creating what we're calling the Quiz Engagement Program. Tens of thousands of people take the quiz every month. And in the days and weeks leading up to the last election, there were some days where we had more than 20,000 people taking the quiz on our site each day. Engagement means we use these events to open the door to an ongoing conversation with each quiz taker. I'd love it if the first steps we implement work like magic. But building an effective quiz engagement program will likely require lots of trial and error with both messaging and technology. And of course, this will cost money. The problem is that few people can think long-term. Imagine if we had a tool that converted like the world's smallest political quiz has recruited. Let me repeat that in another way so you understand what I mean. The quiz has been a significant pathway for people to come into the libertarian movement, and the odds are very high that nearly everyone in this room is here because someone once took the quiz. Like, if we trace the human chain of events of everything that brought you here across the movement to this moment, it might well trace back to David Nolan's work and other people who were involved with him. And so just imagine another tool built by the organization that has delivered the quiz to 26 million people. See in your mind's eye millions of additional quiz takers, not merely discovering their libertarian orientation, but also becoming deeper, more dedicated and passionate libertarians due to the quiz engagement program. So please introduce yourself to me if that vision stirs and excites you, and I really look forward to meeting you. Thank you to the people who participated in our breakout session. If you were not able to participate in our breakout session, we do have the opportunity available to you, so please find me and we can talk about it, and I can get you information about how you can create your own version of the quiz. Thank you to SFL for including the Advocates for Self-Government in this event. It's been a privilege to be up here, and most especially to spend time with all of you. Thank you for listening.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Hi again. Thank you guys all for coming again. I think we always hear about how the entertainment industry skews a certain way politically, and it's never, or almost never, in a libertarian direction. It's certainly not easy to navigate it's not easy to navigate. So sorry. It's certainly not easy to navigate with the challenges of being a libertarian in this space, but we're about to hear from some of them right now. Emily Austin is a TV personality from New York who has interviewed athletes from the NBA, hosted a show on MTV, and has been a judge multiple times in the Miss Universe competition. Brando Eaton is not just an actor for roles on Dexter, American Horror Story, and An American Sniper, but a serial entrepreneur creating many businesses and organizations, including the Anti-Child Trafficking Task Force Operation Lightshine. Professional wrestler Nick Nemeth has a career spanning over 2 decades that includes being the world champion on WWE and more recently in TNE. Mark Pellegrino is an actor known for his role as Lucifer in the TV series Supernatural, Paul Bennett in Dexter, and Virgil Poe in American Rust. He is also the co-founder of the American Capitalist Party, which stands for reason, individual rights, and for limited constitutional government, and for laissez-faire capitalism. Bringing them all together is podcaster and founder of Free Speech Media, David Feit. Please join me in giving them a wonderful LibertyCon welcome.
How's it going, LibertyCon? Well, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the organizers to bring us all here together and to be able to have this awesome conversation. Guys, thanks so much for being up here with me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Right. So I'm just going to start off getting right into the heat of the issue and ask you guys each, we're just going to go kind of down the line. What is the thing that made you come out and start sharing your political opinions on top of your already established celebrity with your entertainment roles?
Yeah, I guess we're good if we're going down the line. I've been acting since I was young, and I also got really into philosophy and politics, and it all started with I would say Atlas Shrugged way back in the day. And kind of found myself in some inner circles with that, friends with some of Ayn Rand's friends that were still alive at the time. And it got me more motivated and involved. I started doing some charity events with them. And my focus was my career, my acting career. And then it was years later that I was asked to go on to Gary Johnson's campaign and do some speeching and speeches and speech writing. And that was definitely a concern, like, things were already pretty turbulent politically, and it was like, oh, how is this going to affect my career? But it was kind of a decision I had to make, and some things I was passionate about speaking about, and I took the plunge.
I was very interested in politics, high school through college, but without really knocking anything down or having anything concrete. And I think I even went to Kent State, and I started with a philosophy major, and then I realized there would be no philosophy job afterwards, so at least think of something that I can actually use. And when it came to Kent State, political science degree, if you got the pre-law minor, it got you ready for law schools, and I was really interested in law. I liked that. So I went forward with it, did okay on my basic core classes, but when it came to politics and law stuff, it was like A's, which is crazy. I'm a C student. So I was really into it, really enjoyed it, and as divisive as we are right now, politically. In 2000, there was a tie for the presidency, and no one on my campus cared. Like, some people were like, oh yeah, didn't someone win, or the other guy? I don't know. There was nobody burning anything down. They're like, there's a tie for a week. Like, my paper was on the presidency wasn't due because there was no finish yet, and I just found that so funny. Like, I had to inform a bunch of students that, like, there's a tie and we don't know who the president is yet, and now I get to a point to where since 2016 or so, where all those people let me know what's happening in politics based on whichever preferred cable channel that they watch. So I found, as like friends and family all started drifting harder left or right, that there is a big middle ground where so many of us, it's so easy to be agreeable about so many things. A lot of 70-30, 80-20 issues that we could all be on. And as everyone gets more divisive, I was like, is there a way to show some grace to everybody and keep that umbrella open for wherever we go? And the more I saw it, as much as there are some punchlines and mean things said about libertarians, usually by libertarians, and I came to realize that they take themselves the most serious because they're trying to get a foot ahead, but also don't take everything so seriously. And I go, this is the place to be. There's so many things. So many people want to be left alone and not told what to do, but also don't be a dick, basically, in society. Right. And I go, this is the way to go. And it's almost like rooting every step of the way for libertarianism. And it, not as much for me, but everyone up here probably much more, it affects their job and possible future jobs the more political you are, whichever side you're on or whatever you show. And even I came to notice just after the Republican National Convention was in Cleveland, my hometown, and I pulled some strings and was able to like get some interviews and talk to some people, and I instantly, half of the fan base and friends on Facebook went right in. 20 years of friendship didn't matter because that day I was doing something really evil by, I don't know, being friendly and having conversations with people who they might not agree with. So I realized the more divisive we get, if there's a way to show some grace and let people have that, and they go, hey, well, what about this? Do you think that's a great point? And I just want to go keep giving back more and more, but also bringing some people into the Libertarian Party, which I'm currently renting and looking to buy. So I'm all ears here, guys.
Love it.
My background was actually very unpolitical at all. When I went to university, I started off pre-med, which didn't last long, which turned into journalism, and then they make you decide, do you want to pursue political journalism or sports journalism? And I remember this conversation as if it were yesterday when I said, of course I'm choosing sports, I hate politics, it's too divisive. Jokes. Yep. And I'm glad I did because I actually have the best job ever as a sports reporter. It's quite literally my dream job. And I never considered myself a political person. I always considered myself a person who respectfully speaks her mind. I live by a quote that says, don't tell people they're wrong, but show them why you're right. So I took it upon myself with my sports platform to just constantly remind my audience what I believe to be true. Now, of course, there's a lot who disagree, but I just keep speaking my truth, and I don't do it in a proselytizing way where I'm shoving it down your throat, but in the way I'm doing it, I might just make you change your mind. Where the turning point was for me was probably in 2023, where I was already privately very pro-Trump in the election against Biden. And I wasn't super, I don't hate Biden. It's not so black or white. I just didn't feel that he was the best candidate for the Democratic Party. And I happened to like Trump at the time and all the policies he was putting out there. But I didn't feel comfortable, as he said, I didn't feel comfortable coming out about it because I was so afraid to lose my dream job. And what a bad feeling that is, to think I have to choose between my job or my morals. You know, in such a polarized election, I feel like everyone has to speak out. It was definitely not 50-50. So the turning point for me was around October 7th. You know, there was a huge attack on Israel, and to me, there was no staying silent. I don't do identity politics because I think it's a pathetic excuse for people to live in a victimhood mentality. But as a Jewish person, I was like, how dare I not speak out? And I didn't think that would be so controversial to not agree with murderers and rapists. So I realized when I got pushback, it's like, you know what, screw it, I'm coming out pro-Trump too. Double whammy right here. And that's what I did. So it just came out kind of as a shock to everyone, and I made it quite clear, these have been my opinions, and I'm so ashamed it took me this long to be comfortable coming out about it, and I hope I encourage others to come out as well. It's weird, it's like coming out of the closet politically. It's so sad that that's the society we live in, that people are so afraid because of the pushback.
I'm glad you said it like that, because I've been trying to avoid that exact phrase in my writing.
So I'll get canceled
there
for
you
it,
go.
not you.
How about you, Mark?
Well, so I blame the CW network for me coming out, because they were the ones that put me on Twitter. And anybody who reads my Twitter feed knows it is a battleground. But I was always pretty open about my political philosophy. I was introduced to Rand in my early to mid-20s from somebody from my theater company. And I, of course, had to pass through my conservative phase before I went through libertarianism, and then eventually to the capitalist phase of the American Capitalist Party. Come visit our booth if you want to know the differences between libertarianism and capitalism. And I landed there, always open about my perspective, and always had conversations with any actor who wanted to discuss it. I never initiated conversations. But I found that most of the people in Hollywood were quite open to a perspective that wasn't so obviously right or so obviously left. Then Twitter happened. And I found, wow, here's a great medium where we can actually discuss controversial ideas and really debate things. It's a great public forum. And so I used it for that at first. I started a little sort of blog called Can of Worms, where I'd open up a controversial topic and would have open discussions about these controversial topics that involved philosophy and ethics. And then that eventually turned in 2014 when Israel had three soldiers were kidnapped and brought into the territories and murdered. Some A-listers in Hollywood decided that they were going to sign a petition against Israel. I started fighting back, and a lot of my tweets made BuzzFeed, and then people started attacking me. And then BLM happened, and I supported them at first until I realized they were a bunch of lying Marxist punks. And then I started not supporting them. But my fan base skews largely left, so I started getting the reputation of being a racist, and I was standing up for the Jewish state, so I was a colonizer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, so all this time I'm pushing capitalism, free markets, liberty, not once saying anything racist, even though people are claiming that. And then I decided I'm going to get off social media. It's really toxic. No matter what I do, somehow I'm landing in the toxic muck. And so I actually got off for about a month and a half. I was doing so well. I wasn't on. And then October 7th happened, and bam, then I'm on the front lines again.
Yep.
So I joined a thing called the Israeli Digital Army, and I started combating misinformation online and finding that there was not only a correlation, but a causation between the people who support the Palestinian movement and rabid nihilists, communists, and socialists, who I happen to dislike. If there's any of those in here, you can please leave, or I will choke you. And there's people who like free markets tended to associate with Israel, and I've been on the front lines ever since, irregardless of losing fans, because my integrity is more important than my career. So there you go.
I love it. Which leads us right into my next question, which is, I'm sure that you guys all have fans that both really love what it is that you have to say, and then also fans that you really hate what it is that you have to say. So I'm curious if you can give me just a short example of one of each, kind of a nice interaction that you've had with a fan that was, maybe you encouraged them to be more vocal about their stances or something like that. And then, just some examples of the vitriol that I know that all of you have probably gotten for being so public about being pro-freedom and free markets. We'll start with Nick and kind of as we go.
I enjoy the mean ones too, and especially when they're very misguided, and it's really funny. Like, hey, quick question: who's the president right now? A few months ago, and who's doing these pardons? And instantly you get Nazi. I knew you loved Trump, and you go, I never said that. I didn't even imply it. I was just going, hey, shouldn't we be a little more curious about who's signing bills at the moment when it appears that the president doesn't know when some things are happening? And it's pieces like that where I go, it's so fun for me though. Again, I always give grace, and if someone instantly says a terrible thing, especially unrelated, you know that, one, they don't have an answer for it, and two, you can have fun with it or let it go. I'm used to, I was a bad guy on TV, so people already thought wrestling was real for 20 years of my career, let alone the last 500, and then that would be like, can you believe that you did this? And I go, oh, that's cool that you believe this, and then it translates to those same fans also believe other things based on whatever TV told them that day or whatever. So there's so many different pieces of it, but there is positives too. Hey, thanks for bringing that up. Much like everybody here, and you especially, like, I was afraid to have an opinion on a thing with facts because I really thought I could lose half my fan base, or there'll be an article about it, or there's a chance of losing my job or future jobs. And again, much like I am not exactly the same, I'm gonna be okay no matter what I say, so it's not brave or anything, but it is fun for me to do so. But when people actually have to contemplate, is it worth me giving my opinion on this topic that really is in my heart, part of me, and matters? That goes to show, like, what is worth it? Is it worth your career? Maybe it is, because you get to stand on that and go, I'm proud of the way I acted here. And then there are nice, very nice fans and people who go, I'm glad you said something. And then even coworkers would be like, hey, now I can bring up a topic here, like just like you, and it's just baby steps. And then you slowly get to come out and go like, yes, we're talking politics. And if you're not gonna be a grown-up about it, you're probably not, it's online, so that's fine. But we'll get around it, and it's just one more person. And then I used to have a person to talk to every Monday when we were doing our TV show, and then I had a group of 4 people to talk to, and 2 of us were on one side, 1 was in the middle, and 1 was on the other side. It's a beautiful thing when you can have it happen that way, and I just know it takes baby steps to do it. And now, especially when you're not starting as friends, when you're starting and everybody is clinging to their team with gritting their teeth ready to punch you no matter what you say, and you have to go, hey, that was a great point. What about this? And they go, okay. I don't want to kill you anymore. Okay, great. And I really have found some positive movement with that, and with coworkers and people online. So there's, no matter how much negativity there is out there, there's 1% positive, and I go, I'm doing a little bit to help, and that's all that matters to me, I think.
I genuinely love reading my DMs, and maybe I'm a masochist, I don't know, but
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
a lot of them are very confused people when I'm speaking about the bad side of it right now. There's 2 approaches when it comes to the hatred. It's, I hope you get raped and die DMs, and then there's the, I'm disappointed that you believe these things, where you see that they're clearly more open to dialogue. So a specific example would be, I remember when I opened my Instagram account. Before I had any platform whatsoever, there was one, I would say he was a teenager at the time, one teenage boy who followed me. And I just recognized his name because it was one of the OGs, you know? And now today, every single time I'll post something, let's say pro-Israel or pro-Trump, he will always attack me in my DMs. So one day, even though my mom advises I don't answer, I just decided to write to him like a whole essay on why he's so brainwashed and why he should hear my perspective, and I ended up changing his mind. Now, in Judaism, there's a quote, if you save a life, it's like saving their whole generation of lives. So I also believe if you change someone's mind, you're changing a legacy of minds. And not only just their future offspring, for lack of a better term, but even in your social circles, you know? It's like you light a match and then they light other matches and it just ignites. So I believe in educating people, and even the ones who send me the worst hate DMs, I know that it's not personal. Yesterday I was on BBC and I already knew what to expect going on BBC, and I was their dartboard nonstop all night. And I held my ground, and why? Because I'm speaking my truth, and you don't have to agree, but I gave the viewers another perspective to look at. And the worst that could come out of it is you change someone's mind. There's no bad that could come out of even answering the haters, you can call it. It's just offering your perspective. And when it comes to the personal attacks, I brought up BBC because a huge journalist with 1 million followers tweeted that in an insulting way, telling me, oh, you're cosplaying Ivanka Trump. This is BBC's way of saving their ratings, which first of all, I took that as a compliment because I think Ivanka's beautiful. But second of all, do you see how he attacked me, my looks? You don't know me personally, and you couldn't even attack one thing that I said that you disliked. So I really don't take it personal, because either they're hating themselves and we're just their punching bags, or you just don't like what I have to say and you have to be aggressive about it. So I'll take it as it is.
Yeah, I like it. Mark?
Yeah, so first of all, whenever I go to a fan convention for any of the shows that I do, I love it when people say, I really love your work, yada, yada, yada. But I really like it when they go, and I love what you say on Twitter. That actually really gets me. And then I know that there are people out there that I'm getting through to. And I know I've converted a number of people without necessarily trying to convert people, but simply standing up for what I think is right. But I've had people, let's see, so the bad part is I've had people challenge me to fights. One guy actually said, okay, look, I haven't been in the ring in a bit, but I'll put the gloves back on for you, and I'll fly you out to a gym. I know, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll put you up and whoop your ass in the fucking ring if you want, if that's what you want.
I could host it.
Yeah, you could have hosted it. Well, he chickened out.
Yeah.
When we got to that point, he chickened out. Some other guys challenged me to a street fight. And I'm like, what are you, 12? Men don't street fight. And I'm also almost 60. So what I'll do is I'll grapple. If you want to go to a mat, I'll grapple with you. We'll do a little no-gi grapple. I'm good with that. And he's like, nah, I went in the street. No rules. Well, you're a fucking idiot.
No rules.
I've also had people say they were going to jump me in a parking lot, to which my response was, tell me where the parking lot is. I'll meet you there. And they promptly backed down.
Nice.
And I had one person at a convention, as I'm signing a picture, all of a sudden I hear this voice, trans people are real, you know. And I look up and I said, yeah? And? Well, you say they're not real. I said, I've never said they aren't real. Could you point out where I said trans people don't exist? You just say, I don't like you. Okay, sorry, bye. Like you guys, I do it because the positive benefit is, despite the toxicity of some of the arguments that you may be having with somebody, and sometimes I get a little bit caustic and sarcastic, you are exposing people to a dimension or a way of looking at an idea that they haven't really explored before. And that really does have an effect on some people. And it's an important thing. So that's why I continue to do it. Thank you.
Sure. Brando?
Yeah, I think everyone here has brought up great points. So I guess just to cap it, one thing that I always try to do, with these topics, it's, of course, we get very emotional because we're very passionate about them. It means a lot to us, and we understand the cause and effect of a lot of these actions, especially in this political climate. We know it's sometimes life or death. So one thing I try to remind myself is everyone is, for the most part, coming from a good place in the sense of their heart's connected to it, and they're so passionate about it because they're trying to make a difference and do something positive. Now, that doesn't mean everyone's doing positive, but they're trying to. So by connecting to them in that way, I feel like by coming from a place of having an open heart, almost like an empathetic place, and being open to hearing their side and also making sure to communicate where I'm coming from, a lot of people tend to let their guard down a little bit, and they'll also listen a little bit. And I'll try to remind myself to listen a little bit. And I've found that approach can be more disarming, even online where everyone's guns blazing because they're not face-to-face with you. I think that approach has helped me. It's helped me work in this field and be a little bit less controversial, I guess. And it's not even because I'm not speaking out against what I believe in, but so much as I'm trying to allow others to have a voice and to not take it so personal when people attack me online. And so that's been my approach that doesn't always work, but it sometimes does.
I like it. I feel as though people who are brought up in a evangelically religious background have kind of an advantage when it comes to doing politics, because there are certain things that I think are true in both arenas, regardless of your actual religious beliefs. This is just an objective thing, that you can't change somebody's mind. You can't save somebody, for instance, to put it into the religious connotations. You can't save anybody. They have to save themselves. They have to eventually grapple with those ideas themselves and come to that realization. You're never going to just berate somebody into believing that they have the freedom to do what they want to do, or that people without coercion wouldn't just devolve into pandemonium. They actually have to wrestle with that themselves. And all of you guys have brought up really good points along that line of just being gracious, kind of coming at people with that almost moral high ground of I understand that you may be misinformed. Let's talk about it. Why do you believe what you believe? Let's have a real conversation, and not responding with that same vitriol that they're coming at you with. And that a lot of the other people online, the reason that they're trying to egg you on that way is because they're used to being able to get those reactions out of the other people online who do just come back in the same kind of vitriolic connotations. I love hearing from all of you guys that you kind of try to not do that and open up a discourse. That's fantastic. I'm curious how you think that other people who might not have the platform that you do to be able to have those conversations with people online, might not draw that same attention, can try to have that open mind and that, as you said, the grace with maybe their coworkers or the people around them. We'll go Emily. And then.
David, we discussed it on your podcast this morning, where eventually we all started somewhere. We weren't born with platforms, unless anyone here is a celebrity's child that I was unaware of. But I feel like if you genuinely have an opinion, and I didn't even say a good opinion because Kanye West has really bad opinions he's putting out there every 5 seconds of the day on X, but I would say create an X account specifically, because Elon's really been pushing back on censorship and really allowing all opinions, even ones that I detest, a very large voice. Where that's good is that it gives, I hate to say the average person, but it gives everybody a voice. Where it's bad is that it gives everyone a voice, like Kanye West, or Tucker Carlson, or Candace Owens. I could go on and on. But it gives you an opportunity, where we went into details about this today, to connect with others. So, for example, like Elon Musk, every single time he sees a regular person on X with an opinion he agrees with, you'll see he's retweeting them. And suddenly, now this person has a platform. It's the most outrageous thing that I've seen. I find myself with one photo, I got 22,000 likes, I got 8,000 followers, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Now, I think it's a bit easier for us because we're on television.
Yeah.
So organically, people are like, oh, who are these blondies? And then they Google us. But start somewhere and be persistent with it. Like, I can tell you very vulnerably, my career, when I first decided to do sports journalism, it almost felt like I was never moving forward, ever. No matter what I did, no doors seemed to be opening. And I refused to quit because I was so passionate about it. And I said, I don't want to look back and say, what if I just pushed another year? And eventually, I just kind of broke through, and I can accredit social media for all of that. I couldn't get the gig on TV right away because it's like a vicious cycle of, well, we want someone with a big following, but you get the following by being on TV, and I didn't know where to start. So I took it to Instagram and X specifically, and TikTok, honestly, to just spam my feed with posts. Clearly, people must have liked what I had to say, because now I do have the platform, and now people already associate me with a brand or a sport or a political party, and now I can just kind of push it out there. But you have to start somewhere. And don't be deterred if it's not working right away. Give it some time.
True that. Mark, advice for people to kind of be able to carry that out in their everyday life?
Yeah, I mean, I always think the truth prevails, and regardless of how big your platform is, if you're telling the truth, you have reality behind you. I don't care how big the lie is. Eventually, it's going to topple, and you will prevail. And the more intelligently you're able to articulate that truth, I think, the better. And certainly don't give up. I mean, if being a social media influencer is your deal, don't kowtow to what I think seems to be the trends in TikTok and stuff where it's, you know, or Tide Pod eating contests and whatever. Don't make it about getting attention. Make it about spreading good word. Make it about spreading good, healthy stuff that makes us healthy psychologically, healthy mentally and philosophically. And I think you can't lose. Eventually, that's going to be a winning platform. I mean, as contentious as my Twitter feed can be, especially since October 7th. It also is filled with underneath that sardonic thing, because I think evil should be laughed at. To be honest with you, evil is weak, it's parasitic, it's not powerful. It gets permission to live because the good gives it permission to live. And when you laugh at it, it totally disempowers it. And I usually laugh at people. I'm very sardonic and sarcastic with them. But beneath that, there's a very positive, life-affirming message, because essentially what I am fighting for, is particularly when I'm an advocate for Israel, is freedom, a pluralistic society, the capacity to dissent against your government, and to live the way you want to live and not to be oppressed by anyone. And I think that is everyone's, I would say, birthright, but it certainly comes around to a birthright. As a human being, you should be free. That's the proper state for you to be in, and it's a positive message to send out there to the world. So I would say whatever positivity you could bring to the world, even if it's slightly sarcastic, please do bring it into the world.
Amen to that.
Yeah, I guess what I would say on this, I mean, not everyone's going to get a big following on social media, and that's totally fine. Actually, what I think is the most important thing, I mean, a lot of people tell me, like, oh, I'm just one individual, like, what can I do? Like, I can't make a difference. And they tend to use that as an excuse to not put effort into, you know, fleshing out their beliefs and being, you know, passionate about it and applying it to their lives or trying to do something about it. And so I always tell them it always starts with an individual. And, you know, even if you only affect what's in your arm's length, that's a lot of people throughout your life. If you learn about these things, you're passionate about it, you listen to people, you learn from people, you let people learn from you, whether that's your family, your coworkers, friends, I promise you, you will end up making more friends, you will come in contact with more people will respect you, more people will learn from you, you will have a ripple effect on people's lives. And so I think that's the most important thing, beyond followings. I mean, of course, if you have a louder voice, you can utilize that too, but it is not necessary. And in a lot of ways, even if you have a loud voice, I really believe that putting that focus on what's in arm's length has the largest effect, because those are people that you're the most intimate with and closest with, and it will also have the biggest effect on you, your life, versus a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
Something that I can easily forget about is we're on a stage right now. We're very lucky to have our platform and following, and we've been going like, yeah, we're educating people and been giving grace. It's like, we're also wrong sometimes. I'm sorry, I am. I don't know about everyone else. But
I'm
like,
never wrong.
Yes. And even if I've done all the homework and the research and I have a thing, and then someone goes, yeah, but, and it's not an insult. It's a, what about this case? And I go, whoa, I was wrong. You were right. This is awesome. And then it kind of works out. I go, I want to learn. I don't want to cling to a team and go, I got my talking points for the rest of my life. I'm set. I want to get better and be smarter because I want to be the smartest guy in the world when I die. Like, I want to be so great. So I love that we can have those conversations and not just giving the grace like, hey, thank you for, that's awesome. And then going to your point, when you do have a smaller following, and then I go, hey, this person just proved me wrong, and I'm proud of it. This is cool. And then maybe there's a retweet there, and it helps somebody grow who had 18 followers, but he's just a smart guy who's done this on the side. And it's stuff like that. And then I think it makes me feel better. Then this guy's like, hey, I've been a longtime fan. That was cool. And then it's a positive relationship. I learned something. And then the next time I go to do something, I'm like, well, at Mark Harris also told me this piece, and you add it on and you tag him in it. And I go, I feel like I'm at least giving back a little bit because I know social media clout is very important to so many people, and I was very lucky to be the last generation to not have it for 25 years. So I had like I played outside and stuff. and then now being able to embrace it, every other generation, it's just, when they're a baby, it's iPad and on. And so I feel very lucky, and I always have to remind myself, like, hey, just because a bunch of my fans are gonna attack this person, even if I said they were wrong or something, now I can take a step back and go, hey, this person made a good point. Guys, everybody call off the raid. This is a good point, and then follow this person, and then don't say anything mean to them. And then hopefully there's 1% of a double whammy of some clout for that person, and I learned something. What a win.
I actually want to go back to your point, because as big as of a platform that we all have, I can safely say I think some of my proudest achievements are minds that I've changed offline that nobody will ever see about, that will never get covered in the media, no matter how big or small the person is. I think we can all relate that there's conversations that happen behind the scenes. And I'll also just add quickly, some of the most influential people I know are the ones that don't even have Instagram accounts at all. So even, like he said, if you can affect the people within your arm's length, like, don't feel if you don't have a platform, you don't have a voice. Because like I said, and you said it beautifully, it's a ripple. If you change one person's mind, they're gonna change two people's mind. And guess what? You're gonna get the credit for that too. So whatever it is, just speak your mind nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to jump on this too. I think it's related. You know, the social media, it gives us an opportunity to reach out to lots of people, but you can also feel very isolated and alone because lots of people can pile on to you and make you feel like, oh, you know, I'm in trouble. I'm getting, you know, ganged up on and defeated. So you can feel like, you know, you may be one of the only people in the whole world that feels this way. But whenever I feel that way, sort of isolated in my sense of truth, I think of Heinrich Ibsen's play Enemy of the People. If you haven't read that play, you should read it. Don't watch the version that Steve McQueen made. It's a very bad movie. But there's the last line, spoiler alert for anybody out there, but the last line is the main character says, "The strongest person in the world is he who stands most alone." The whole play is about somebody who goes to do the right thing in the face of a community that hates him for it. Now, if you are carrying the truth around, you are sometimes going to be hated for it by a vast majority of people who don't want to accept the things that you're saying that are largely true, which will become their truth in 20 years. So reassure yourself that you're actually powerful because you're standing with your feet firmly planted in reality. And let that, I don't know, soothe you in times of loneliness.
Yeah. Amen. I want to put just like a button on this point, as all of you guys have illustrated very well. I think that you need both people like you guys with platforms and notoriety and the people just in your everyday life to kind of 1-2 punch someone into actually accepting an ideology that they've never heard of before, whether that's political or, you know, changing up what they eat or where they shop or anything that you might want to change someone's mind on. If you've only heard it from Greg at work, then that's probably not a great diet if he's the only one doing it. And if all you hear it from are people online and people who are probably paid to talk, or maybe they have sponsors that want them to say this thing, and you don't know anybody that switched to that diet in real life, you're probably also not going to go about that. By having both, having people in your everyday life kind of mention it and drop hints and be open and honest about these types of things, plus people with that notoriety and those platforms, you get to realize that, wow, I'm not actually alone in believing that, you know, humans are inherently not horrible people, and that, you know, maybe government shouldn't be doing everything for us, and maybe a little bit more freedom would be okay, and maybe a little bit less regulation would be better, and maybe taxes aren't the greatest thing in the world. There's a lot of people out there that believe that, and I'm sure you guys can all tell stories about how many people you've talked to that agree with you. I think that, you know, you need you guys and we need you guys to all be open and honest about what you believe to your friends and your coworkers and your family, and actually start opening that up and letting people realize that they're not alone. I'm curious from your guys' perspective what we can do as the liberty movement, for lack of a better term, to help welcome more people to, kind of, as Emily so well put it, come out of the closet and start talking about their beliefs in freedom and liberty. I'll start with you again, Brando.
I don't have the crystal ball to figure out all those answers, but I wish I did. I guess, I mean, I think you guys are doing the right thing in the sense of putting on fun events, making sure there's a safe space for people to discuss ideas and exchange ideas, and building a cultural climate to do so. But then marketing-wise, I don't know. I don't know. Let's talk to the marketing directors. But yeah, I think just keeping fun panels like this, and I guess more things like that to where we can stimulate discussion. I always think people interacting together and meeting new like-minded people and having a good time doing it is probably the best approach to open up that door. But I wish I had all those answers.
How about you, Nick?
I think something really helpful, especially for me, like I always try to find a loophole to the high society. Like I went to Broadway in Manhattan, but I saw SpongeBob, and it was 3 times. It was awesome.
It was good.
That
sounds fun.
It's very good. It's very fun. But I always try and find some loophole for it, and I try and find, much like this, a fun panel where if I was coming to a show like this, I'm like, oh, this guy from this show, she's from this. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go check this out, because it's really easy, and not that anyone's been bad, but when you see performance on TV, there's things that grab you, and there's some of the smartest people in the world are outside in these hallways, and they're like, I'd like to welcome you to this thing that I spent my entire life on, and I hope you enjoy it. And it's like, I want to, but in this world where we're like, I'm cosplaying as a person who knows what's going on, and I just have like the headline versions of real life politics all the way in deep, and so many out there just have the headlines of pieces. I think you can grab some people like that, because Bob Dole came to my college to speak, and even though I was like leaning right, I was like, oh, he hosted Saturday Night Live. I want to go watch and talk to him and ask this question about what he thought about this thing. And that brought me in, and then I heard him tell a 2-hour speech that was beautiful, and I learned about politics, I learned about his life, that he was a soda jerk as a kid, all this fun stuff, and I go, wow, I'm a fan. So anytime there's some kind of like extra chance to bring someone in with some fun that is a little lighthearted, because there are so many smart people out in this hallway, like I'm blown away, like robots, but in somewhat in a negative way also. And so you can, the more people you get under that umbrella, hopefully very much, like he said, like getting some people out there that aren't just known for being a human book that can spit out facts, get some people who have fun with it and have other things in their lives, and like, okay, great, I can devote a little time to this. And I really think opening that umbrella up, especially when it's right and left are digging in hard to like lock people out because they only agreed with 37 of my 38 points, so they can't really be on our side. In this case, it's like, hey, you agree with 3 of our 15? All right, come on in, come check it out. And I really think that more like honey to get flies instead of vinegar really helps out. It brought me here. So, and I knew Glenn Jacobs, and he was one of the smartest guys I knew in the world, and he was gonna be here, and I was like, yeah, I'll be there, damn right. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there.
Next time we're each gonna do a 5-minute stand-up Liberty set.
Yes.
So I'll start writing that.
Yes.
There you go. How about you, Emily? What do you think?
I think it's challenging to say, how do we get others motivated and compelled to join us? Because each person might have their own unique interests as to why they do what they do. But I could share with you what compels me to hear different opinions and stay open-minded. The number one thing I think I could accredit today is traveling. So born and raised in a literal bubble in Long Island, New York, I was never exposed to any harmful matter or person whatsoever. Like no anti-Semitism, no Islamophobia, no anti-Christian rhetoric, like a dreamy little bubble. And then when I started working in the boxing community, boxing is anywhere but the United States. So I work most of the year in Saudi Arabia or Ireland or the UK. And I love hearing their life stories. First of all, their life wisdom. They have so much to offer just by conversing with them and hearing about their culture. And there's been many times where I'm so certain on a subject matter, and then I'll chat with like an older gentleman running the boxing fight in Ireland, and I'm like, whoa, I don't know anything, you know? And I was humbled for a minute to just hear a perspective that otherwise I would have never heard before. So somebody mentioned earlier, just engaging with your community, like wherever you are. You're here in DC, if you're at a Starbucks, like, and you see someone reading a book that you think you know, literally spark up a conversation with them, make a new friend, hear another perspective. And then secondly, this is my favorite thing to do, when I'm on X and there's something I'm so certain about, or a tweet that I love and I really want to retweet it, I learn the most, more than grok, which is a big statement right now, from the comments under that tweet. Because you know who comments? Either people who really, really agree or those who really, really disagree. And I want to know why you disagree before I say something agreeing, disagreeing, or changing. So I learned the most from reading people's comments under a popular post on X, because you'll immediately see both sides and you could come to your own conclusion.
Well, I mean, I feel like as long as our culture is dominated by collectivism and altruism, the liberty movement is going to seem like the crazy alternative, the absolutely nutty, unhinged alternative, right? So it's two sides of the same coin. Either sacrifice yourself to others, or be the crazy libertarian guy who sacrifices others to himself. That's the false dichotomy that we're given. And until we're able to change the narrative in our culture that maybe sacrifice isn't such a great thing, maybe collectivism sort of sucks, maybe the real thing that actually benefits us is individualism. Maybe the idea of reasoned self-interest is something that we should actually look into. It's not the invisible hand. It's not like we're turning vices into virtues, but maybe rights are around in order to promote virtuous action. And what's virtuous action? Well, it's me acting in my interest, in my rational self-interest. That's a virtue. And instead of turning virtues into things that are, ew, God, I got to do this. It's virtuous, but I love vice, man. Vice is awesome. Vice feels good. No, vice doesn't. Once you understand what virtue is, vice sucks. It feels terrible. You want to be a virtuous person. It feeds your self-esteem. So once we start getting people to understand that sacrificing yourself to others doesn't feed your self-esteem, but living for your values does. Living for my values means for the people I love, for the things that I love. Look, my dog here, he's one of my values. I live for him. That's all a part of my world. My world is not just me. It's a constellation of people that I love and care about and support. And when people start seeing rational self-interest as that, maybe they'll start saying, it's good to be selfish. I want to be selfish. Okay, let's do this liberty thing, because I won't be a crazy, unhinged bastard and kill the guy next to me just because I want his stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a cultural phenomenon that we have to fight at a cultural level, because I guarantee you every movie you see right now, almost every movie, is not about rational self-interest. It's not heroic. It's anti-heroic. It's about sacrifice. It's about killing yourself for something else. And it makes us weep and cry, but it should make us weep and cry because it's sad. It's fucked up. We don't have to be that way. Anyway, okay, done.
Yeah. Well, we're coming up on almost our time, so I'll go reverse back down through the line and just tell me, first of all, your favorite thing about LibertyCon so far, and then how people can find you in the work that you're doing and get more involved. So we'll start with you. Yep.
So I'm digging LibertyCon so far, so I think it's awesome. I'm glad to see a group of people out there who actually like entertainers in the business, even though we happen to be liberty-minded, and because we are a rare breed. You can find me on Mark R. Pellegrino on X if you want some contentious, vitriolic stuff, if you want your ideas challenged, if you want to challenge me. I love it. Go there. If you want to see dog pictures, go to Mark Ross Pelly on my Instagram, and you'll see my puppies and my kitty and all that stuff, and it'll be really nice. It'll be as if I'm schizophrenic and there's two different people Yes, exactly, right? And you should check out the American Capitalist Party. Go to americancapitalistparty.org. Look at our platform, look at our policies, look at articles I've written, look at articles other people have written. You'll see what an amazing political innovation it is, and I think it is the party of the future. Please visit our booth, say hello, give us your emails, let us give you our monthly newsletter, and I guess I'll see you then. Bye.
My favorite part about LibertyCon is that he just used a vocabulary word that I learned 2 days ago, altruistic, which means to do something kind, I think, without expecting anything in return, which not enough people take upon themselves nowadays. No, I'm joking. Honestly, the best part about LibertyCon and just in general is getting to connect with both like-minded people and not like-minded people, but ultimately it comes down to just human connection. I think we all need it. I think social media took it away from us. And it's nice that we have these gatherings to bring us back to reality sometimes. You can find me on Instagram at emily.austin. When you check that out, you'll be like, whoa, she's so cool, and she looks so perfect in every picture. Thanks, certain apps. But if you look at my ex, which is at Emily R. Austin, you'll find a similar reaction to Mark's, where you're like, oh my God, this woman has no heart. How does she do this? Oh my goodness, her comments are vile. How does she sleep at night? But it's really fun. Get in on the action. Follow me on both. Love my opinions. Let me know. Hate them. Also let me know. And we could connect on the other side.
Great. Yeah, I can't follow that. It won't be that exciting. But the best part about being here is, seriously, so many of you have been welcoming. I'm here by myself, so I kind of get a little freaked out. And so many people have come up to me, just see me reading something, talking, not even pushing whatever their party is or anything on me, just saying, hey, what's going on? Are you having a good time? And it's everybody here has been welcoming. And so many times it's been someone with a different thought process, different thinking for politics or anything, or as usual, way smarter than me. But like, everyone has been so great and welcoming, and it makes me want to go tell my friends, hey, you gotta come check this out. And I'm really excited for the party going forward. And thank you for having me. And my Instagram doesn't have any dogs on it, so it doesn't really matter. But it's at Nick Nemeth. And on X, if you want to make fun of me for losing wrestling matches or have a fun banter back and forth about politics, at Nick T. Nemeth. And otherwise, it's really fun. It'll be good.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for having me. And yeah, I mean, you can follow my Instagram. It's mainly my cat and dad jokes. But then please follow at Operation Lightshine. That's our charity, anti-human trafficking and child exploitation. We put together task forces across the United States, fight that. So I'm honored to be part of that. That's quite a journey in itself. And then there's my production and management company, Scene Entertainment. We make movies, and so keep up to date with that. We just shot a fun one in Italy, which was fantastic, with Kevin James, a rom-com, and we just did a Zac Efron film in LA, and now one in Australia. So I'm about to go out to Australia. So yeah, keep up to date on the journeys, and these are fantastic gatherings. I love to be here for, I think, a similar reason as you guys. We do want to be around like-minded people, or semi-like-minded at least, and have conversations, fruitful conversations, and that's stimulating and fun in itself. So thank you guys, and have an awesome rest of your evening.
All right, you heard him, guys. Make sure that you're following all of these people. Check out Mark's table and my table in the expo hall afterwards. And thank you guys so much for hanging out. Everybody watching at home, thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
It does seem there's a puppy on stage, not formally a panelist as far as I can tell, although I am ready to have a dog on this panel. All right, what a good dog. Let's give the dog a hand. Okay, so hello and welcome to what is almost the Reason Roundtable. I am Peter Suderman. I'm the host of the Reason Roundtable podcast every Monday at Reason.com and wherever you get your podcasts. Today, I am joined by Catherine Mangue-Ward, Billy Binion, and who is this guy over here? We all know him. He's Robbie Suave. Happy Saturday, everybody. So I want to start by just asking each of you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do at Reason, what your place is in the Reason universe, and maybe your Reason origin story. Billy, let's go with you first.
Hi, my name is Billy Binion. I make videos and write for our magazine about civil liberties, criminal justice, and government accountability. And out of everyone on the stage, my journey to Reason was probably the most roundabout. I majored in music, and my first job was working in the ensemble at an opera company and doing some professional musical theater, and found out pretty quickly that that is not actually what I wanted, despite it being my lifelong dream, but it wasn't what I expected. And so naturally, I was doing a production of Reefer Madness, the classic musical about a teenager who smokes a joint and descends into madness. And I was talking with the director's wife, and she was like, "Are you happy with what you're doing?" And I was like, "No, not really." And she was like, "Well, I work at a defense contractor. Would you like to come try to apply for, be a defense contractor?" So anyways, I briefly worked at NATO, did some media, and was like, I don't want to do this for the military, but I like media. So landed at Reason, and I love it. If I could just for us briefly, really quickly, I think what's great about Reason and about this movement generally is that we are not cheerleading any particular side. A lot of media today honestly ends up being PR for your chosen team, and it's a pleasure to work at a place that calls balls and strikes. And if you had told me a few years ago that I would be making a podcast interviewing people like Amanda Knox and Meghan McCain, I would have probably asked for whatever magic mushroom you had, because that would have sounded really good.
Billy, when we come back to you, I expect you to sing your answers. Robbie, let's go with you next. Give us your Reason origin story, and tell us a little bit about what you do at Reason.
Sure. I also create video and write for Reason. I specialize in censorship, political correctness. I used to do a lot of writing and reporting on what was happening on college campuses, but as I've gotten older and I no longer feel as qualified to say what my fellow kids these days are up to, I have graduated to commentary on social media moderation, tech policy, and what governments the world over are doing to, in my view and in the views of many of us as libertarians, limit the range of acceptable speech. My journey to work at Reason is part of the story, really, of LibertyCon and Students for Liberty, which I mentioned yesterday, that this organization was coming into existence when I was an undergraduate at the University of Michigan from 2006 to 2010. And I really learned about the broader liberty movement and what various organizations like Cato and IHS and the Institute for Justice and Reason were doing. And I always wanted to be a writer and a journalist, so Reason seemed like the right fit for me. I interned there right after college in 2010. Actually, several of us on the stage, I think, were Reason interns at various points. And I left briefly, and then I came back in 2014, and I have been there ever since. And it is fun and fantastic, and I love the people I work with.
Catherine, I'm going to spoil things just a little bit. You're the editor-in-chief. So that's like a small job, right?
Yeah, it's easy. I don't spend a lot of time on it, honestly.
How did you end up, like, what was the path to being the editor-in-chief of Reason Magazine?
I was also an intern, as Robbie mentioned, 25 years ago. Pray for me. And I was a teenage objectivist and came through the libertarian industrial complex to find Reason as a very young person. Had a great gig as an intern. Also spent a couple of years working elsewhere and was hired back by Nick Gillespie, who is very sad to not be able to be with us this weekend, and have just been staging a slow and steady takeover ever since.
So my origin story is, it doesn't involve a takeover, sadly. I mean, I feel like maybe I'm like the Commander Riker to your Picard.
Every day.
But
So true.
I showed up in Washington after college because it seemed like a good city to get a job in where you could read and write all the time. And I felt this increasing pull towards like libertarian ideas. I worked at a libertarian think tank, the Competitive Enterprise Institute, as an editor, and then briefly at National Review and at FreedomWorks, and finally ended up at Reason, where they were like, yeah, I guess we'll hire you. We'll see how it goes for a year, and you can write some stuff for us. And I just started writing, and I've just kept writing and talking, and here I am, 16 years later, I'm still writing and still talking for Reason. And as of very recently, like I said, I am the host of the Reason Roundtable podcast, where we talk about the news every week, and that's what we're going to do right now. So there is so much news right now that we are not going to be able to cover all of it or even a fraction of it, but what I've asked each of these folks to do is bring one item from the news that you think matters for liberty right now. Explain it to us. Why does it matter, and what's your take on it? Billy, let's start with you.
So my news tidbit is something called the Lake and Riley Act, which President Trump signed into law, I think, last week. And to me, this bill, or this law now, kind of epitomizes why laws named after people are usually bad. They often are named after a victim for whom compassion is certainly warranted and who has a genuinely sad story. But it gives lawmakers license to enact not libertarian, authoritarian policies, and to use that raw emotional packaging as an ammunition to criticize anyone who doesn't get on board. So Lake and Riley Act was named after a Georgia nursing student who was murdered by an immigrant who was here unlawfully. And so what does the law do? It mandates that any undocumented immigrant who is merely accused of shoplifting be held without bail, and that includes if those charges are dropped or if they are acquitted. It also includes people who are here on temporary protected status, people who are children, and people who are protected by the deferred action for childhood arrivals. So that raises some obvious due process concerns, but as a practical matter, ICE has actually said this is very difficult for us to manage because we only have so many detention beds, which means because the law is now requiring that we house people who are merely accused of shoplifting, we might have to release into the community people accused of actual violent crimes, which might have good intentions but bad outcomes. And the second thing it does is something that really has no relation to Lake and Riley at all, despite being passed into law bearing her name. And it allows state attorneys general to sue to stop any parole decision, let's say temporary protected status, a Venezuelan who is fleeing a brutal socialist dictatorship, to sue to stop those decisions, and also to stop legal migration from what is called recalcitrant countries, which are countries that ICE has deemed insufficiently cooperative with deportation agreements. And that includes India and China, and that was essentially put into law as the right kind of debates how much legal migration is appropriate, if any at all. Legal migration from India and China is obviously a big source of our illegal high-skilled immigrants. I think why this is problematic was really epitomized by something that Richie Torres said. He's a Democrat from New York. And he essentially said he was against the bill, but he decided to vote for it. Because if he didn't vote for it, then he would look out of touch with the American people on border security and immigration. And it is my view that lawmakers should be far more concerned with bad laws than bad optics.
So this is a sort of symbolic, but not just symbolic, kind of attack on immigration that is part of the Trump administration's kind of push to really crack down on the border and also just to sort of show that they are tough, right?
Sure, and the idea that, I mean, state attorneys general will be able to sue to stop legal migration for decades now until someone comes along and says, oops, we probably shouldn't have voted for that. But the way it was packaged, I mean, it was packaged basically like if you vote against this, you don't care about people who were murdered by immigrants, and that's a very hard thing for some lawmakers to do in public. It makes them worried about getting elected again.
Robbie, what do you have for us?
I was asked to comment briefly on Trump versus DEI. You've probably heard there's a number of executive orders coming out day in and day out, but Trump released one to purge DEI from the federal workforce. I think this is an example of a story that benefits from a libertarian analysis, the kind of analysis we do at Reason, that gets beyond kind of the very, well, misguided and naive, in my view, supporters of DEI, and then people who against it don't really grapple with what the argument is, or describing it almost as if it's like a toxin we can get out of our water supply. Like, what are we even talking about? This was really much worse, by the way, with critical race theory, which is like, what is, we have to define that first. What even is that? DEI is a category that's a little bit better defined. I think what we're really talking about, purging from federal government, first of all, is something that the vast majority of people oppose. Even like liberal Democrats in California vote against it time and time again, which is preferential or discriminatory, would be another way of putting it, hiring and admissions, something that is already illegal in various circumstances. In response to this order from Trump declaring no more DEI in the federal government, I can't believe how many like university administrator people were like, well, this is going to make it impossible for us to hire for these specific roles where we're trying to find candidates of a specific race or, you know, identity to fill them. I'm like, that was already illegal. You're admitting you were doing that. You shouldn't do that. The other component of this, which I think is the most important really for purging from the federal workforce, is the kind of training seminars that are ostensibly aimed at tackling employees' implicit biases, but which so many objective scientific measures from people who supported these things and then looked at what kind of effect do they have at the workforce, find that they cause more toxic workplaces. They worsen interpersonal dynamics between people, and they're just a kind of lucrative grift for the types of anti-racism trainers who put them on. So I'm in favor of, you know, eliminating those things from the federal workforce. I'm not in favor, and I don't think most people are, of course, of eliminating diversity itself, doing outreach to people who might not know there's this opportunity or something like that. Well, that is absolutely fine and can continue. And of course, the most difficult thing in the federal government is actually getting around veterans' preference, which this does not tackle, but maybe we'll discuss that at a later juncture.
Catherine, I know that you are like a longtime fan of rockets and the people who build them. Is there anybody who is like a well-known rocket maker who's doing something in Washington right now?
Let me think. Let me try to think. Yeah, I am, as listeners to the Reason Roundtable know, a big fan of rockets in general and SpaceX in particular. I am, I guess I would say, like a moderate fan of what Elon Musk has done with Twitter.
This is the only way that you are a moderate in politics?
Yeah, I'm not. Libertarians are the real moderates, Peter. I used to think that that wasn't true, but I now actually think that is true, as the world has gone slowly insane around us. And actually, that gets to the question here, which is, of course, am I going to be a fan of Elon Musk's work with the Trump administration? I don't know yet, and I think that something that actually harkens back to the 25 years ago when I was a Reason intern and one of those college students that would stay up until 4 a.m. fighting about stuff like this, is, are we for revolution or are we just trying to do reform? And, you know, I tend to be on the reform side of the ledger. I tend to think like we should fix things in a sane and gradual way. But that belief did lead me, for example, to be, I would say, like one full order of magnitude too pessimistic about Javier Milei's chances, right? Like, I saw that dude coming. I was like, I love it. I love the chainsaw. I love the hair. I love the whole situation. But this isn't going to work. It never works. And it's kind of worked. It feels like it worked a little. Actually, I think the main story at Reason.com right now is just one little slice of what he's done, which is to decontrol rents in Buenos Aires, which has been a huge success. And So I am trying to be hopeful and open to the possibility that Doge can follow in Millei's footsteps. They have a bunch of things going against them, including our quite reasonable and valuable limits on the power of the executive in this country. Hey, Peter, is there a law that you really like that you might mention here that would limit the power of the executive in terms of how he spends money appropriated by Congress?
Possibly you're thinking of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which created the modern budget process.
I am thinking of that. We have an ongoing office drinking game where everyone gets to do a shot every time Peter mentions that law, and I regret that
Everyone is drunk.
I did not bring
all the
tequila
time.
on the stage today, but at the
Great
reception
wordplay.
later, come find me. We can all drink together in honor of the Budget Impoundment Act, because as excited as I am to see the chainsaw taken to so much of what the US government does, I do want to remind everyone that someday your guy will be out of power and the other guy will be in power again. And I don't think I want to see whatever the Joe Biden equivalent of Doge would have been. Maybe I'm wrong about all that. Maybe this is permanent change. Maybe the debt will go down, the deficit will go down, the government will shrink, and I will be just as wrong about Doge as I was about Millet. I hope so. I would love to be wrong.
So Catherine and I will be talking an awful lot more about Doge, the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, constitutional issues, U.S. aid, and a whole lot more on the Reason Roundtable podcast this coming Monday. But we just have a couple of minutes left, and I want to ask each of you to go back and sort of consider what you do at Reason and how you do it, and what is it that Reason allows you to do that you feel like is really unique, that maybe wouldn't happen at another publication, at another type of organization. Billy, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think Reason's value add is that it allows us to tell stories that other people aren't telling. I mean, 6 years ago, when I had just started, I messaged Catherine one day and was like, you know, I just came across this article about something called qualified immunity. And it sounds really messed up.
You heard about this?
And it sounds really messed up. And she was like, okay, you can write about it. Just send it to, you know, one of our more experienced people in law.
And so just briefly, 10 seconds, what is qualified immunity?
The qualified immunity is a legal doctrine that makes it very difficult to sue state and local government employees when they violate the Constitution. It's gotten a lot of attention now as it pertains to the police, but it also pertains to prison guards and corrupt college administrators, et cetera, et cetera. So at the time, really no one in the mainstream press was writing about it. It was not a topic of conversation. And so, you know, a couple months after I started, I basically was just every time a new civil rights lawsuit dropped, I was like, let's read this and see if, you know, there's some crazy qualified immunity thing, you know, covering people, police officers who allegedly stole hundreds of thousands of dollars but couldn't be sued because there's no constitutional court precedent that says stealing is unconstitutional. It sounds almost beyond parody. And then that conversation really popped a couple of years later, and we were cited everywhere because no one else had bothered to talk about this doctrine that makes it very difficult to hold some of the most powerful people accountable when they violate the law.
Robbie, what's Reason's special sauce?
Similarly, I think it is, you know, being able to do and say what we actually think, you know, consistent with the principles we have as an organization, the libertarian principles. But because we're not doing propaganda for one team or the other, people actually take us seriously. And some of the ideas that have been discussed in the pages of Reason for years or even decades are now being potentially implemented at the federal level in terms of the shutting down, maybe, of the Department of Education. And it's just a great, great place to work. A couple months ago, I said, you know, why don't I start a TV show, YouTube show at Reason itself? I produce a lot of video and a lot of media for other organizations. And we said, yeah, let's do that. And now we're doing it, and it's great. I love it.
Catherine, what is it that Reason allows you to do that other publications wouldn't? Maybe besides editing the magazine?
Literally anything I want. Nobody else will let me do it. No, I mean, I think the thing that I was thinking about as I was coming here this morning was Reason truly is the publication that is best aligned with Students for Liberty. I am on the board of Students for Liberty. I love this organization. If you are here at this conference, you should be reading Reason. You should be watching our videos. You should be listening to our podcast, and you should write for us and work for us. And I think, you know, sometimes people come up to me and they say, why don't you cover what's going on in my country? Why don't you cover my issue? And like, truly honest to God, all you have to do is send me a story pitch. Like, and then we probably would. It's, we consider part of our business to be to let the world know what y'all are up to. And it's because we think that that's important and good. So, KMW at reason.com, pitches from all of you, press releases. I want to see them all because the best thing about Reasons is also the best thing about SFL.
There are so many wonderful things about Reason, not just the drinking games that everybody plays with my legislative obsessions. We don't have time to talk about all of them today. I will just say that it's really a wonderfully collegial place to work. And it's wonderful to be able to talk with all of my colleagues who are just super interesting and smart about so many things. If you are interested, you can go to reason.com and read all of these articles. You can listen to the Reason Roundtable, and you can also go to reason.com/jobs. That's right, reason.com.
That's correct.
Jobs, if you are interested in working at Reason. Thank you all so much for coming this evening. Robbie Suave, Billy Binion, Catherine Mengu-Ward, the Reason podcasting crew. You guys have been great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you guys for coming to this year's LibertyCon. My name's Riley. I'm part of the development team here at SFL, and one of my responsibilities this year was to help with our exhibitor hall bingo. I hope you all played. I hope you all had a really good time. And now it is time to draw and see who will be winning $100 in Bitcoin. And the winner is Andy Forbes. Andy, please keep your phone nearby. We will be getting in touch to give you your prize. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming again, and this is going to be our last speaker, so thank you again for staying. For those of us accustomed to life in the land of the free, I think it's difficult to imagine life without basic freedoms, but authoritarianism doesn't always emerge through military coups. It can also be a very slow, subtle process that goes unnoticed in the public eye. Dr. Tom Palmer is here to discuss just that. Dr. Palmer is a senior fellow at the Cato Institute. He is also the executive vice president for international programs at Atlas Network, where he assists programs for a worldwide network of nearly 600 think tanks. He has written extensively on libertarian theory, history, and development, and his works have been published in many prominent journals and news publications. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Palmer to the stage.
Well, earlier we had a discussion of development, and I'm happy to say I'm very proud to be a monthly donor to Students for Liberty. And if you're not, think about it. Every month, a little sound takes place and money is sucked out of my bank account. And I'm very proud of where it goes because I think SFL does an amazing job. I just got in this afternoon from Brazil, where I got to be with Students for Liberty members from Brazil and the graduates who are now running the think tanks and the organizations across the country, as well as Students for Liberty from El Salvador, from Peru, from Chile, Argentina, and many other countries. And before that, I went to Brazil from Damascus, Syria, And I'm so happy that there's now Students for Liberty in Syria as well. And I have great hopes for them. I did tell them that they should be very careful and very cautious, because if anything bad were to happen to them, I would be very angry with them. So they took my uncle-ish advice seriously. The next thing I'd like to mention is that I'm going to give a talk that's a little dark in some ways, and I'm speaking only in my own name. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody else, but things that are worrying me about the direction of politics. I raise that because I think that we are witnesses to an explosion across the world of populism. And I believe that is a movement that does not bode well for liberty. One of its most influential promoters, the Peronist and so-called post-Marxist authoritarian theoretician Ernesto Laclau, described it as such. In the case of populism, a frontier of exclusion divides society into two camps. The people, in that case, is something less than the totality of the members of the community. It is a partial component which nevertheless aspires to be conceived as the only legitimate totality. So there's the people and the enemies of the people, and the enemy of the people lacks legitimacy. Now, Laclau was updating the ideas of the man who may be the most influential political theorist of our day, the National Socialist jurist Carl Schmitt, who posited that the specific political distinction can be reduced to that between friend and enemy. Schmitt insisted that the leader's action, in a famous essay from 1934, is not subject to the law, but is in itself the highest justice. In the greatest emergency, the highest justice justifies itself. And there appears the highest degree of avenging judicial realization of its law. Populism and that distinction between the friend and the enemy, along with unaccountable power, capture the style of much politics today, in which those who disagree are designated the enemy of the people. That mentality can certainly be found on both the left and the right. Make no mistake about that. It is the right that is ascendant at the moment, not in the form of a conservatism of the sort I grew up around that was focused on preserving the liberal gains from the past, elimination of slavery, equality before the law, limited government, the rights to worship, to speak, to acquire and own property, to trade on mutually agreed terms, and to live as one likes with one's own resources. But instead, we're seeing the opposite, a radically populist movement that seeks to centralize absolute unaccountable power in the hands of the executive, whether it is in Hungary or Slovakia or the United States. Populism is at its core a rejection of civility. And the decline of civility is so advanced that I fear it will take great efforts to restore it. Anger, fury, rage, and resentment are no substitutes for virtue, for honor, for integrity, for honesty, and for responsibility. Will is no substitute for principle. Impulse is no substitute for reasoned deliberation, nor insults for civil decorum. With the loss of civility comes the loss of the idea of living together as equal citizens in a constitutional republic, where there is freedom for all, regardless of religion, ethnicity, gender, occupation, or all the other characteristics of a great and varied people. We are at risk, I fear, of losing our freedom in an orgy of polarization and the celebration of concentrated power in the hands of people who boast of their lack of virtue, their lack of honesty, and their lack of humility. So I ask the question, are we really at risk of losing our constitutional republic? I believe those who say that it cannot happen here are in error. Those words have been spoken before. It can happen here, and I fear that if we do not act to defend the separation of powers and the rule of law, it will. Now, some say that unpredictability, which is to say sheer willfulness, is an advantage in policy matters, foreign and domestic. It is not. The unpredictability of rules of policy is a recipe for tyranny, as James Madison noted in Federalist Number 62. Quote, "Law is defined to be a rule of action, but how can that be a rule which is little known and less fixed? An effect of public instability is the unreasonable advantage it gives to the sagacious, the enterprising, and the moneyed few over the industrious and uninformed mass of the people. Every new regulation concerning commerce or revenue, or in any manner affecting the value of the different species of property, presents a new harvest to those who watch the change and can trace its consequences. A harvest reared not by themselves, but by the toils and cares of the great body of their fellow citizens. This is a state of things in which it may be said with some truth that laws are made for the few and not for the many." It took me actually quite a few years to understand it, but my experience in numerous countries that lacked the rule of law affirmed to me how necessary it is to the enjoyment of freedom. That has been affirmed by the testimony of history and of the wise. John Locke, in one of the books that had the greatest influence on the American founders, noted, "Where there is no law, there is no freedom. Where there is no law, there is no freedom. For liberty is the liberty to dispose and order as one lists, one's person, actions, possessions, one's whole property, within the allowance of those laws under which one is, and therein not to be subject to the arbitrary will of another, but freely follow one's own. To be subject to arbitrary power is to lose freedom." And that idea of the necessity of the rule of law for the enjoyment of liberty is at the core of classical liberal thinking. In matters of foreign policy, the lack of predictability, the inability of other powers to anticipate one's moves in diplomatic and state relations was one of the most important reasons for the First World War, a collective suicide that destroyed the lives of millions and derailed the previous progress toward liberty, toleration, peace, and prosperity. And in its wake came Bolshevism, fascism, National Socialism, and an even more cataclysmic war and the mass extermination of peoples. So do not speak of the benefits of arbitrary power or unpredictability, whether in domestic or foreign policies. It's foolish to hold up unpredictability as a proper aspect of state policy. Now, some justify arbitrary power by pointing to the many imperfections and flaws of the world, and of those there are many. But is the answer to take a sledgehammer to the existing world, to smash it all to pieces in the hope that one will address those flaws, great as they may be, and perhaps what comes after will be an improvement? I don't think so. I think that's much more likely to cause harm than to correct the flaws, more likely to dash to pieces the institutions of property, law, and civility, which are the basis of our freedom. Elon Musk, very much in the news, opined, perhaps we just need a modern-day Sulla. No, we do not. Sulla waged war on his fellow citizens. He murdered them by the tens of thousands. He posted their heads around the forum, and he confiscated their wealth for himself and his friends. He was reported to have left as his epitaph the statement, "No friend ever served me, and no enemy ever wronged me, whom I have not repaid in full." He practiced the model of revenge and retribution that has been promised to us today. We do not need a modern-day Sulla. We do not need severed heads on fence posts. We do not need the confiscation of the homes and the estates and the businesses of those who find themselves in opposition. Now, those who are exulting in their newfound power say that they want to replace mere words with deeds, that they're tired of talk and talk and talk. As was stated a few years ago here in the city, the time for empty talk is over and now arrives the hour of action. We were warned of that mentality before. In his 1944 book that launched the modern libertarian or classical liberal movement, The Road to Serfdom, a general observation. It is the general demand for quick and determined central government action that is the dominating element in this situation. Dissatisfaction with the slow and cumbersome course of democratic processes, which make action for action's sake the goal. It is then the man or the party who seems strong and resolute enough to get things done who exercises the greatest appeal. And recall, this was his study of The Road to Serfdom. So to reject Sulla as a model is not to acquiesce in overgrown government. Over the past centuries, state power has waxed and sometimes waned. There's been often too much waxing and too little waning. The size of government has grown, but sometimes its powers have shrunk. There wasn't any golden age of liberty when everything was just great. It's a mistake to be nostalgic about the past of liberty in general. So our friend David Bose, whose last public speech was to this gathering last year, addressed then the rise of illiberalism in the shadow of liberal triumph. He passed away a few months later, but I do hope that we will remember his reminder that it wasn't all rosy and beautiful in the past. As he stated, we suffer under a lot of regulations and restrictions that our ancestors didn't face. But in 1776, black Americans were held in chattel slavery. Married women had no right to any legal existence except as agents of their husbands. In 1910 and even 1950, blacks still suffered under the legal bonds of Jim Crow, and we all faced confiscatory tax rates. Think back just to 1977. Not only did we have 70% tax rates, we had strict price regulation on trucking and airlines. It was illegal for a trucking company to take tomatoes to the city and furniture back to rural areas. We had a monopoly phone company and strict regulations on interest and investing. We had sodomy laws in most states, and, at least briefly, we suffered from generalized wage and price controls. So in 1776, 1950, 1977, or now, there's never been a golden age of liberty, and there never will be. People who value freedom will always have to defend it from those who claim the right to wield power over others. So there is just cause to dismantle corruptly entrenched institutions and coercive practices that raise obstacles to freedom of trade, locomotion, and discourse, that coerce people and usurp their property and their own persons' liberties and actions. So yes, smite those institutions, abolish those practices, but remember when you do so to distinguish them from the legitimate institutions of property, law, and constitutional practice, including the separation of powers, which serve as the pillar of free and civil societies. I implore people, do not follow the path of Sulla, but rather the paths of Cato the Younger and of Marcus Tullius Cicero, who fought not to destroy the Republic, as Sulla did, but to preserve it through law, through speech, and through moral example. The federal government of the United States is overgrown, overbearing, and overpowerful. We should reduce its size, reduce its powers, and cut the accretion of bureaucratic offices. And remember that the power of the state is not measured merely or even primarily by the number of its employees, but by the powers they wield. And merely firing some, while not abolishing the coercive powers that they wield, just replaces one set of masters with another. Congress, the executive, the judiciary, the states, and the citizenry have solemn obligations to restrain government's powers and keep them within the bounds of the Constitution, not merely to purge one group to be replaced by another. The point is to limit power, not to seize it and use it for your own ends. as the alt-right seeks to do. Boasting of unpredictability, of willfulness, is more likely to create, first, a disorganized tyranny, which is then followed by the only thing that's worse, which is an organized tyranny. I believe that a disdain for constitutional government is a recipe for tyranny. Absolutism 2.0 is no improvement over the earlier versions. And when empowered by modern technology, it is likely to be far, far worse. So those who think that having written code for social media or video games means they deserve the power to control the state and replace the separation of powers and the rule of law with their own will, risk plunging us into a nightmare of lawlessness. And I'll hazard a prediction. So we heard Catherine address this question. I think the rule of a new Sulla will not end well. Tyrants, foreign and domestic, are thrilling to the destruction of our Constitution, which, though torn and tattered, still offers shelter from those who would strip us of our liberties. The idea of a post-constitutional moment, which has been brought up by one of Mr. Trump's current appointees, opens the door to tyrannical abuse, usurpation of power that is audacious, unconstitutional, illegal, and dangerous. I fervently want to abolish the Department of Education. And I also remember it is the responsibility of Congress, which has that authority, and should exercise it in a lawful manner. Yes, stop all the subsidies to businesses, but not by having one person decide who gets paid and who doesn't based on their loyalty. Process matters. When arbitrary power is the order of the day, even when getting rid of practices that I abhor, then arbitrary power can restore them just as easily. So why should we fear for our republic? Well, I'll end on this note. We've often heard, and I hear this around the world, don't worry, America's institutions are strong. That's a mirage. Institutions are only as strong as the moral virtue of the people who hold office. And true conservatives, not the alt-right phonies and poseurs who have routed them, used to understand that. And they offered a very valuable complement to libertarian desires for the rights of the individual. So I don't count myself a conservative, but I respect conservatives who counsel not to smash things just for the sake of it when you're not sure how they work, not to engage in a frenzy of destruction, but to proceed with thought and some respect to those institutions that have stood the test of time. Most importantly, the constitutional separation of powers. Well, how can we counteract this tide of populism, anger, rage, and celebration of arbitrary power in place of lawfulness and democratic debate? Well, we need to foster and inculcate the virtues of civility and reasoned deliberation. We saw those put to the test. In 2021, a few, but enough people held fast to their duties and did what they had to do. Vice President Pence did the right thing when it mattered the most, despite threats to his life. The Secretary of State of Georgia did the right thing, despite being threatened. He refused to lie and to find one more vote than the number needed to elect the candidate he had supported in the election. He would not lie for political advantage. And others also stood up. Enough of them, but they would only fill a small portion of the stage. And that was what saved our republic, was the virtue of the people who held office. The Athenian orator and Democrat Demosthenes, the famous prosecution of Medius, who had publicly assaulted him, made his case and then concluded his speech to the jury with a reminder what it means to be a citizen of a democratic polity. He said, just think, the instant this court rises, each of you will walk home, one quicker, another more leisurely, not anxious, not glancing behind him, not fearing whether he's going to run up against a big person or a small person. Why? Because in his heart he knows and is confident and has learned to trust the polity, the law, that no one will strike him or abuse him. He reminded the Athenian jurors, this is worth remembering, it is not that you alone of the citizens are drawn up under arms, nor that your physical powers are at their best and strongest. It's not because you're strong that you feel secure. It is due to the laws. And what is the strength of the laws? If one of you is wronged and cries aloud, will the laws run up and be at his side to assist him? No. They're only written texts. Wherein resides their power? In yourselves, if only you support them and make them all powerful to him who needs them. The laws are strong through you, and you through the laws. So the rule of law is strong through you, but you are free through the rule of law. It is the stronghold of our liberty. Party or faction, the old terms for polarization, are threats today as they have been in the past. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us. It's quite applicable today. All obstruction to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character with a real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities are destructive of this fundamental principle, and they are of fatal tendency. They serve to organize faction, to give it an artificial and extraordinary force, to put in the place of the delegated will of the nation, the will of a party, often a small but artful and enterprising minority of the community. And according to the alternate triumphs of different parties, to make the public demonstration the mirror of the ill-concerted and incongruous projects of faction, rather than the organ of consistent and wholesome plans, digested by common counsels and modified by mutual interests. However, combinations or associations of the above description may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. I'm entering the last stage of my life. I've spent 55 years of activism for liberty as a high school student, college student, and many, many other things, setting up tables for legalizing pot and for getting rid of wage and price controls, which fortunately almost no one remembers, but we suffered from them under President Nixon. And over that time, I have become more and more convinced of the importance of the rule of law and of a constitutional system for the protection of our liberty. Virtue and lawfulness are the foundations of our liberty, and if we abandon the first two, we will surely lose the third. Thank you.
Alrighty, that concludes our programming for the second day of LibertyCon. There is going to be an awards dinner in this room at 7:30, followed by an alumni reception. Those are ticketed events, so find out if you have a ticket to that, if you'd like to come. It's going to be in this room, so I am going to ask people to vacate as quickly as possible so they can set it up for dinner. Make sure you don't leave any of your stuff behind. And thanks for participating in another great day of conversations and discussions about liberty. We know that will continue throughout the night and the evening. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.
Wheelchairs are stuck in the dark ages.
50% of all wheelchairs in this country break down every 6 months. The breakdowns are easy to repair. You look at the insurance end of it, but you're waiting weeks, months, sometimes 5 years for an appropriate repair.
It's been over a year.
I have to wait like 3 months.
My wheelchair is out of date. It's got a broken arm.
You don't find yourself going places because you worry about your equipment working or not working.
Do I do the right thing and put myself in danger?
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
In the Students for Liberty Local Coordinator Program, we transform liberty-minded students into the visionary leaders of tomorrow. Unleash your potential with powerful resources, dive deep into pro-liberty ideas, and champion individual liberty right on your campus. Join an elite international network of leaders, rub elbows with movers and shakers, and make your mark in the liberty movement. With us, you don't just learn, you enact change. SFL empowers you to lead and pursue your passion by organizing events, publishing influential pieces, and leading initiatives. You'll see the real-world effects of your dedication to liberty. Our mission? Educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. It's about making an impact today for a freer future tomorrow. Step forward and shape the future.
Holy crap, are we really going to do this?
And indeed, that's what the data seem to indicate.
Are you a filmmaker, podcaster, or subject matter expert with fresh perspectives? CiVL is a streaming platform looking to collaborate with bold creators, dissidents, and disruptors on challenging convention and inspiring a new era of resilience and independent thought. We are looking for experts in finance, health, defense, privacy, political theory, and journalism. Do you have a podcast, film, or series you'd like us to consider? Have an idea you'd like to pitch? Join us in creating content that transcends partisan politics and builds a freer world. CiVL is freedom undivided.